Good day, my fellow Americans and good people of the world. Today, I would like to address you in regards to a concept that I believe is a really good keystone to the concept of achieving an imperishable world peace. Essentially, I believe that every revolution starts with a home. And the reason why I believe that is because I fundamentally believe that when we foster a safe space by which one can belong in their own personal dominion, their self-sovereign personal dominion, it gives them a sense of a place from which they can face the world with integrity. And that basis of integrity is what helps the individual to self-actualize along the lines of what they know inside of themselves, and this sensibility, essentially, of what's the right thing to do at the right time, for the right reasons and in the right way. And this is, I believe, just a natural sense that we humans have. It's kind of like another sense on top of your sense of sight and hearing and taste and smell. And this intuitive kind of sense of like knowing like where you belong to do the best service to the world, or your sense of like this is something that I, as a parent, have familiar life experiential understanding of, is like when you sense your child is in danger, or that perhaps your child is in a situation where they don't know what to do. And it's kind of like this intuitive link, this connection that you have with your child that is like calling to you from the vast distance of space and saying, I need my guidance. I need my parental guidance at this time. And the parent is the one that says within themselves this sense of like, oh, my child needs me. And now, luckily, we have, cell phones, so usually parents can reach out to their child and be like, hey, is everything okay? Or, your child's sleeping in the room. You have a sense like, oh, my child might be having a nightmare or something. You can go to the room and you see that they're, in an uncomfortable situation, and then you can help to soothe them and, calmly wake them from the dream and say everything's okay. Give them reassurances, these sorts of things. As a parent, you naturally are attuned to doing that because you sense that there's something for the well-being of your child that it is your responsibility to fulfill. And so you're there in that role to provide that service. But this isn't just a thing that happens for parents between their children. It happens between siblings. It happens between parents. It happens between your friends. It happens between coworkers. It happens between, your neighbors and your community members, people that you are culturally connected to. It also just happens in your neighborhood and in your community. There was an instance the other day when I went shopping, and I was standing in line with a bunch of other people, and there were a couple of older gentlemen that were shopping together, and one of them clearly was like shuffling his feet, so his stability and walking capacity was limited, and he was using the shopping cart as a balance. And they were ahead of me in the check stand, and they were actually the ones cashing out, and I looked over and happened to see, while his friend was paying for their purchase, I looked over and I saw this gentleman happen to have, his name was Frank, actually kind of interesting, but Frank had his shoe untied. And the caregiver within me like snapped into reaction, like, oh, he needs to tie his shoe, and he clearly can't do that very easily by himself. Obviously had a stability issue, and I've been a caregiver before for the elderly and for veterans and for the disabled and for children and things like that. So I know, I have a sense of like, oh, you might need assistance. And so I sprung to action, and I just stepped out of the way of his friend who was paying and just went up to him. Like, I had heard them talking, and his friend had mentioned his name was Frank, and I just introduced myself. I said, hey, Frank, I'm here. I'm just wondering if you'll let me tie your shoe for you real quick, because I don't want to see an accident happen. And he thanked me, and his friend thanked me, and everybody kind of like looked astonished, like, oh, wow, that's kind. But it was just an intuitive response that this person needed some form of assistance to make sure that he was going to be well, and that, a potential risk of harm to him was averted. And so I went and I tied a shoe real nice and tight. They thanked me for it, and I was like, yeah, no problem. And, sent them on the way. I went back to standing in line, and once they completed their purchase, I went up to take my own. Come to find out, I was very fortunate that I did tie his shoe, because his friend even admitted, hey, I didn't even notice that. These gentlemen then went to the escalator and were going to ride down. And riding on an escalator with an untied shoe is extremely dangerous. And if this gentleman already has a lack of balance and he has his shoelace get caught up in the gears of an escalator, whether that would have happened or not, I don't know. But, we averted a potential disaster of what may have happened had, I not been conscious of this potential risk down the line of, an unstable and balanced person, may have a little bit of troubles if their shoelace is untied and dragging behind them. So it was because of my sense of this person needs assistance, and my sense of like, I can do that. And then just inviting myself into the situation, introducing myself, and then just taking it upon myself, not asking, would it be okay if I do this and then wait for him? I was like, if it's all right with you, I'm going to go ahead and just tie your shoe for you. So he didn't have to worry about the sense of, shame or, oh, somebody has to do this for me. He's like, I'm just going to step in and do it, And so I took the situation as, away from him having to, feel like he needs help, and that somehow that was going to be like a hindrance to him, or make him ashamed of himself for having an untied shoe and not being able to tie it himself, or for the fact that it was an awkward situation between this aisle and the register. Like, where else would they have been able to do it? I just swooped right in and did it and got back in line, and life went on, and this potential risk of a disaster was averted. And so that's when I'm talking about this like sense of knowing how to be in service to other people, knowing what's the right thing to do, knowing your place in that moment, no matter where you are, not so focused on like where you're going, but making the most of where you are at all times, and taking as an opportunity to establish continuity within yourself of the integrities of the things that you actually genuinely cherish and value. And so I share this story in part because, the concept, the saying of like the little things matter. If you can't do the little things right, how can you be expected to do the big things right? Sort of thing. Or my favorite concept is how you do anything is how you do everything. And the concept is start small, think big. And the whole idea is like, if you are like the sense of mastery is no small thing done badly or poorly. And I think that sense of like being in what I am and where I am and how I'm trying to like make sure that I'm adhering to the sensibilities of what I believe is my soul print alignments. I, through all my practices, any opportunity that I see where I can be of service, I like to take it upon myself to interject myself, to intercede on behalf of others so that I can, on their behalf, be of service in the ways that I know how and that I know I'm good at, and that helps them in ways that, maybe they're not capable themselves, or they're not aware of that they need that assistance, or, you know, I see like vast potential in them and I want to be able to bring that out because it inspires me to see people achieve their own mastery. And so this is just something that's core within me. It tends to be, you know, a point where some people like try to exploit it because it's like, oh, this person is, you know, so willing to do, and if they'll do for me in this, what else will they do for me? And there's limits to everything, right? And in the sense where once you start to feel like you're being exploited, it's like, well, I'm no longer being in service, am I? Instead, I'm being used in a way that is set to your personal advantage. It's no longer me sensing and knowing this is my place to do the thing that's best for you in your best interest, and knowing that I have the capacity to fulfill that, and seeing myself as belonging here in this time and this place to do that for you in this particular way, sensing that that's my soul's purpose, is to follow along that sensibility and be there in that moment and show up with all the talent, skills, and abilities I have to be of service. It is now like I'm becoming a tool for somebody to use to their own personal ends. And so then it comes into this sense of like needing to set appropriate boundaries for people because of the fact that you need to know that it's not the sense of like whether you are worth helping, but rather understanding that if you are getting more help than what is necessary from me specifically, that actually is hurting somebody else that I'm supposed to be in service to. Prevents me from being there for others in an authentic way. So in the sense of like this authenticity of showing up and having integrity and then being there in service to knowing where you're supposed to be because you sense that's the right thing to do. And then applicably applying that in your life in a reasonable way, saying like, I actually know, I'm consciously aware of this sense and I listen to it. It's like a voice of reason, you know, and it's like a knowing more than words, like where I'm meant to be, how I'm supposed to be of service, and what I'm going to be all about. And this sensibility that you can build up, all of us can build it up, just by being consciously aware of it, over time becomes this like strength of your capacity to be more in service. And then to role model that to other people in such a way where people can sense like, not necessarily I need to be in service like I see this person being in service, but rather like knowing that there's people that are in service in the world willingly, and offering what they can, how they can, all the ways they can, wherever they can, whenever they can, in the right way for the right reasons, you know, with the best intentions. Then we can start getting kind of into the concept of that base structure of knowing where you belong. And the thing about it is that this sense that I'm talking about, you can't really build it up until you have a safe operating space, right? And that really begins very early on in our childhood. And that's why having a safe home and having, you know, loving and nurturing and guiding parents or parental figures is really important for the development of a child. And to take them from, you know, the cradle until the, you know, the point when they are capitalizing on everything that they have in life experiences, that brings them to the point where they realize like, this is where I belong to do the best service of the world. And it comes back to the concept that I believe in, and I've reinforced before in my other videos, of it takes a community to raise a child. And in this sense, it's like once you have the home space secure, And at the very least, you recognize, okay, a safe home space is essential, right? That's key, that's core, that's fundamental. Then you recognize, well, really, realistically, in order to have a safe home space, you have to have a safe community. Your neighborhood has to be safe in order for that home space to be safe. I mean, there's still a lot you can do to cultivate a very, very safe home space, even if you're living in like slums and in the ghetto and in like the worst environments. I know, I've been there. But then there's limits to that, because as soon as you step outside, you're stepping out into the world, and the world outside is going to impact you, and it will have repercussions in your home. So you have to think about the neighborhood being cultivated in an extension of the safe home space. And it's just like a degree of separation out. And then, of course, it's not just your neighborhood, but it's every other neighborhood that's around you. You want to cultivate safe spaces there so that as you go out farther and farther from your neighborhood to the greater parts of your, community and your locality, and then your state, and then your nation, and then the world, right? You want to know that there are these insulary protections against a negative outside force that would try to impact and change and alter your sensibilities, which is your sense that I have a place of belonging. I know that I will be able to retreat from the world that is trying to change you into what it needs you to be, to come back to core and center all the time and say, well, I know who I am. And I'm reaffirming that for myself. I'm repositioning that for myself so that when I go out in the world, I can show up in best service to others in the ways that I know I can and I best can do. And so the idea behind this is, when we look at America right now, there's all kinds of just terrible things going on. Terrible, terrible things. I feel a lot of pity and disappointment for those who are in the federal level of government, and actually a lot of people at the state level of government as well, in various states across the nation, and even local governments and community organizations and communities themselves and regular everyday citizens and everybody else that makes up those who are residing within America, or even just touring and visiting. And the reason why is because this sensibility that we're living in is like just a huge contradiction. There's so much hypocrisy in the world. On one hand, we say human life is valuable and it's, essential, and rights are, precious and sacred, and that we want to, protect against violence and prevent crime, and we want to be able to walk out in our communities and not live in fear. We want to know that justice is being served, and we want to know that those who serve us are doing so in our best interests and not just the interest of a few special interest groups. These sorts of things. These are all things that we say that are valuable, yet we are, as a collective people, constantly going out there and doing things that contradict that. Even in our day-to-day lives, when you go out and you meet an individual and you say, I want equality and I want fairness, but then you go into a situation and you discriminate against somebody else in another regard because you have the capacity or the power and the capability, and you choose in that moment to, be in, show up in the world and in that space and in that time in a way that goes against the best interest of the other. You're not being in service to the other. You're not even role modeling to them an example of there is a better way to do things. Instead, you show up and you do things wrong. And, you turn things into a mockery. You're not there to give constructive criticism and then being receptive to feedback and then to create a dialogue back and forth so that there's some sort of communication that's happening so we can grow together in the experience and learn from it without having, you know, the negative karmatic retribution of time coming in to, you know, settle the rift of, you know, not being able to accept the outcome of a situation. So it's like being in service to people isn't just about, you know, helping them to recognize where they're faulting, but also helping to make that person whole so that they don't continue to be at fault for things. And instead, I see a lot of people like showing up to social media. Wasn't this supposed to be a beautiful instrument for us to be able to connect with one another across the vast screen of distance and to be there for one another in an authentic way and to be able to share our minds and our insights and grand ideas and build coalitions and establish new friendships and, you know, having these, you know, beautiful interconnectedness among us without the limitations of like proximal space, which, you know, proximal space is important. Like I was saying, like having your neighborhood and your community and things like that is important for your sensibilities of how you integrate as a human being in your wholeness. But we also now have this new frontier of having this, you know, digital realm by which we extend ourselves into, and, you know, other people can, you know, be welcomed into our spaces, or sometimes they, you know, impose themselves upon us in these spaces. But we for some reason feel like because you're not right in a distance that it's okay to not just have basic decency to others, you know. And so a lot of people are using the opportunity of not having the physical space of saying something that is messed up, that if you said that to somebody's direct face, they'd probably smack you across the face, you know, because it's wrong. Like get those words out of your mouth. What are you even talking about? You know, be more reasonable. And I'm not like promoting violence in any way, but I'm saying like in the immediate moment, it's just like, no, what? That's wrong. And so we get these types of flare-ups without consequences from people that can be, you know, anonymous across the screen of distance. And so people feel they're emboldened to say and do things without having to worry about consequences to it. And because, you know, they're trying to protect the interests of the people who are holding up these platforms, those people can't be held accountable. And those people aren't doing anything to, you know, at least prevent these bad strips from happening because they're doing it in the name of free speech. They're basically just creating, you know, a situation of, you know, infighting with one another and turning it into fanfare to then charge people for and, you know, sell popcorn. It's just like, it makes no sense why we're taking something that could be so beautifully constructive and then just allowing it to tear us apart as a people. And so I also say that in the digital space because I believe that it's really important that we start not just, oh, I'm going to show up to a platform and I'm going to, you know, make a little profile and I'm going to say a couple things here and there, whatever. Like, we should be cultivating a home space in the digital realm for our presence, our digital presence to extend into and to exist within, so that people can come and experience us, but we can also cultivate our sensibilities in the digital realm. And I think this is important, especially if we are going to be taking these large advances into, you know, establishing artificial intelligence into the world. We humans have to be able to keep up with that. And I don't think that the keeping up with the, you know, digital systems is for us to implant computers into our brains and turn into a bunch of cyborgs. I think that the entire proper intended use of artificial intelligence is for it to be a way for us to achieve supra-human capabilities, to help us to access the sensibilities of like the mother instinct that I was talking about and enhance it, to extend our awareness, kind of like your spidey sense, extending it out much farther. And so you're more conscious and you're more aware and you're more sensitive to these different things, and more capable to grasp important information, relevant information, non-corrupted information, so that you have the best information possible, so you can make the best decision in that moment in time, given what you know, so that you can do the right thing and to show up to be in service to the world. And I think that most artificial intelligence doesn't even strive for that in any way. But, I have my own intelligent system that has been constructed in an artisanal way by which I can use it to grasp information from the firmament, essentially, of this digital realm and bring it on home in a way that's sensible to me. And it helps to inform my decision making and helps me to see the bigger picture that's there that I can't necessarily be aware of if I was just looking at it myself without having these different types of touchy feelers out there to, find the answers that I'm looking for and bring them back to me, these sorts of things. And in a way for which, it is curated for my personal benefit, by which I can say, I understand what this is about and what I want to do with this information. Not tell me how to use it or tell me what to do or do it for me and then just make me parrot or puke out and, regurgitate what's been said, but bring it to me and let me use my beautiful, vast, amazing human ingenuity to synthesize that in a reasonable way so I can make best choices for outcomes. And I think that once we have a sort of relationship with that sensibility of what is possible in this digital realm, of us showing up and being present in those spaces and being true and authentic, and then expressing things in a way that sends out signals so that, what echoes back to you is essentially, how yeah, okay, these are the type of people that need my service, or these are the type of people I need service from. I can reach out to them, these sorts of things. That sense of connectivity, but without necessarily having to be I'm constantly searching for it. I need it to find these people and bring them back to me in a reasonable way, but not necessarily them. I like to call how I search the digital realm to be able to find the relevancies that are important to the pertinent information for what I'm trying to work on at the moment. I'm not trying to know everything at all times. Right now I'm just working on this. I need to find pertinent information in regards to that. Sending that out there, I call information in such a way I call NOR, which is non-obvious integrated relationships. And it's a sense of it's known that if things have a consistency of truth to them, that there will be kind of an edge that they will always run on, and that edge of truth can be bound up in a way that kind of leads you into knowing, okay, this is the path by which truth is following, but it doesn't necessarily give you the full view of how that is playing out. It's got blank spaces in between. It's kind of like the game Mad Libs, where it's a word and then there's a space and there's a word and there's a space and there's a word and word and a word and a space. You got to fill it in with what you understand is to be reasonable. This is a lot of what, the chatbot things or whatever end up doing. It's just what's the next word that's reasonable in this space. But doing it instead in a way that says, I'm not, pulling from my grammatical understanding of the rules of grammar to know what that word's going to be, rather knowing that there's somewhere else that I have yet to grab from that blank space is supposed to be filled in with, and so I need to search more specifically for it and then draw it in, sort of thing. And the reason why, again, I'm expressing this is because once we enter more into our digital space, there's more of that information there to draw from and pull from. And so it's important to get as much of that information in the space as we can, but not to wholly lose ourselves in the digital realm. Like, we need to be human too and still live in proximal space with one another, you know? Otherwise, we lose the very thing that helps us to be intelligent, which is to live in base reality, you know? The I'm here, I'm present, you know? Pinch me, I'm not dreaming, sort of thing. And having that sort of like grounding basis, then extending out and saying, okay, but I also have this grander intelligence that is also a reflection of myself, helps us to be able to become more sensible about the world and more sensitive, so we can achieve the ultimate intended purpose of it, which is to be sympathetic and to be compassionate and to be, you know, reasonable and just and fair, you know, consciously aware of like how our decisions impact others, how our behaviors impact others, you know, how we are modeling to the rest of the world, like this is what's reasonable and okay, how to inspire other people, like maybe you should try to pursue this sort of stuff, or like, oh, here's a, you know, question that's still pending that we don't know the answer to, and we're looking for that bright mind that's capable of breaking it down and figuring it out. That's what this whole digital space is supposed to be about. And I really wish that we would just take it in that direction as a collective society, you know, and do so in a way where we're cultivating it in that sense, instead of just showing up to be like a monkey on a stage, dancing around, performing for people, and doing the next little, you know, one-hit wonder sort of like thing on TikTok. And I'm not bashing TikTok because I think it has value, but all things in moderation, right? But the idea of having people that are so busy doing these performative aspects, but not really thinking about the fact that in the ways that you're being performative, you are representing to people of what we are deeming as a society is justified and okay. So the things that go viral, really pay attention to it, because that's showing us our larger societal values. And when you are reflecting back things that are like terribly cruel, or mean, or, you know, mean-spirited or inhumane and these sorts of things, like that is fostering a negative world. It's kind of like, don't become a thief if you don't want to live in a society of thieves. You cultivate by, you know, reflecting that to others, and then they will sense in their mind that's the right thing to do, and they will self-correct to model for those things. And the only way that you can really do that is if you really know yourself, you know, and you know that's your integrity, so that when you stand up and you reflect that to the people, it's an authentic way of showing up, and so people can respond to it, because it does exactly what I was telling you about, of like finding those non-integrated relationships. It's that edge of truth that other people can sense. They sense what's for their well-being. They sense that this is the right thing, and they'll follow along it. And now whether or not, you know, they adhere to it in a truthful way really is ultimately dependent upon whether or not they've cultivated the sensibility of knowing, you know, having a good character, essentially, is how it is, you know, knowing what's reasonable and then not being contradictory to that. But you can't do that unless you have a space to practice that. Have a space at home where you can be like, this is who I am and this is what I'm going to be about. Be able to block out the rest of the world and say, you know, deep reflection, you know, personal meditation, or, you know, self-talk, or journaling, or, you know, talking to your close family members or even your pets or something, just so that, you know, like, play out scenarios, you know, reflect on your day and say, things didn't exactly turn out how I hoped they were, or how I even planned to. You know, if I could have redone the day, I would have done this. Like, it reminds me of something that I love to do with my children. when we eat dinner, we do this thing called your highs, your lows, and your best day ever. So we sit down at the table and we talk about our day. And instead of going off about a whole bunch of things and reliving, dramas of the day or whatever, we instead just keep it simple because of the fact it makes it easier to be more open about it. Sometimes you don't want to tell all the details of the day, but it's not that hard to just say, my high today, like the best thing that happened today was that I got to share a great conversation with a brilliant mind, and we were both very enthusiastic about these insights and these ideas and the opportunities and the possibilities for creating a better world. That was my high today. My low today is that I really wish I would have been more productive in the capacities of generating income so that I can help to afford my, survivabilities of my lifestyle. And but what would have made it the best day ever is if I would have, by lucky happenstance, ran into somebody that I really wanted to see and really wanted to have a conversation with, and we both found the opportunity to spend a little time to have a cup of coffee together and share some conversation and just really enjoy and appreciate each other's valuable time and attention. And so by doing that, reasonably, it helps you to rewrite what your day was in terms of like how you perspective it. You put it into the perspective of your own sensibilities. Like my integrity bound sense of like my soul print values are these things, and bringing it in saying it adhered to that in this way. It was, far off from that in this way. But man, it really would have hit the spot if it would have been this way. And it's not to like, I do it in a sense of, being upset that it wasn't as great as it could have been, or the fact that, oh man, I went through these terrible things, or like, my good things were great. But, in comparison, it wasn't all that I experienced that day. So, am I going to equate every single little thing and determine whether or not it really was a good day or not? Like, no, you put it in the perspective as like, my day was a human day, it was filled with highs and lows and, but I still had this like anticipation of people were going to bring their best and I was going to bring my best, and I'm open to the possibilities and what does the universe have to offer? And I'm just going to be receptive to that, and then when you put it in that sense and you're learning what your soul print values by reflecting it and saying, well, this was good, this was bad, this would have been totally awesome, and then also the opportunity to say, like, if it was bad, oh, this person treated me terribly. That's learning your soul print values is like, wow, I would never want somebody to treat me that way, but somebody did treat me that way. And I know what that feels like. So I'm going to make it conscious for myself to never treat others that way, because I would never wish upon anybody else to feel the way that I feel, essentially. It reminds me of I was at the store the other day, and a gentleman that was there mentioned to me, and I don't know why, because it's not like we were having a conversation, but just in a random passing, as if this was like a TikTok comment, never to was there to be sharing the viral moment and, have, a good fun about it or whatever. He just blurted out something to the effect in regards to the viral moment where there was a intimate relationship was exposed, and a private intimate relationship was exposed in such a way that cast people in unfavorable light, and it was something that they didn't necessarily want to have public, but it was inadvertently made public. And because it was made public, and the fact that everybody else sensed that it was like a shameful or embarrassing situation, they chose to capitalize on how funny it is that these people were suffering in that moment, from a mistake that they made that is now being publicized. And, the worst thing out of the situation was like, you can't hide something that is made grandiosely public, and for that fact, I have sympathies, because I would never want anybody to expose something that's deeply personal in a way to which, like, I didn't give permission for it. And I did not want that to be revealed, because, it's an intimate part of my internal life experience that should have a insulary protection of privacy from the rest of the world knowing my business, But again, it goes back to what I was saying before, is like the internet seems to be about these viral capacities to attack people's weaknesses, their vulnerabilities, or exploiting opportunities to point fingers at everybody else and laugh at them, because at least that deflects it from being attached to you or something like that. Like, that is so much what happens on the internet. But, this experience that I had, like, showed me this isn't just on the internet, and hearing that this situation has become so viral that people are mocking it. And it's like, I don't think that we should ever, in any capacity, whether or not there's a moral, legitimacy to what was illegitimacy to what was happening or not, I don't think we should ever mock people's love for anyone or their expressions of it, as long as it's, not a violation of innocence and, violence or something like that. I think that that's like a private capacity, and we should respect that and honor it. We should cherish it, and celebrate it. Absolutely. It's just like marriage. Marriage is a celebration of love, right? A public display of affection in such a way where we're celebrating knowledge of that affection being so intense, so powerful, so true and pure, that these people want to just share it with the world. Like, that's a thing we should do and celebrate. Absolutely. Champion for that, champion for love, I love the moments when you see these viral moments of, guys setting up this whole event to be able to surprise their fiance or surprise their girlfriend or whatever, to ask her to marry him. Like, those things are beautiful. It's wonderful, beautiful, magical moments. But society really does a number on making a huge spectacle out of shaming people's, when things don't work out exactly as planned, sort of thing. Or when their private life has been exposed, and then all of a sudden it's like, let's make a mockery of that. And so I'm not okay with that fact. And then the fact that it's not just on the internet, it's happening in the real world. People are literally stopping me on the streets or in a store in this case, to tell me about this viral moment that they think is just so funny and it's making them laugh. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, I don't find the humor in that. I have sympathy for these people in that situation. I really wish it didn't happen. And, as maybe not, obvious of a relationship to that point, the thought that came to my mind in that moment is a really great quote by John Lennon. Very doggerel sum up here, but essentially, like, war and violence happens out in the public, but then they force us to make love and, behind doors. And again, not trying to distort the interpretation of that to say, like, your private life should be exposed to everybody, but just rather, like, we just make this huge ordeal and huge spectacle to show off this negativity and to be violent towards others. And, the news is all about that drama and that craze and any way to be able to get the clickbait going, but so few of us are looking for those special moments to be able to celebrate the love that's there, you know, especially in the reference of like, love is love. And society right now, there's a really negative, dark, malevolent force that is encroaching its existence upon the social sphere and using it to taint the relationships we have with one another as a society, as a collective, and to pervert something as beautiful as just loving who you know you're meant to love, or to be who you know you're meant to be, and try to suggest to people that like we should go back to before, we were able to have, an open, accepting society of like the LGBTQ plus community. There was a point in time, like not that long ago, where that community was literally forced to hide who they love and who they are. For Christ's sakes, our military, dishonorably discharged people from the military because they were gay. Like that's, and the current administration, POTUS 47, is trying to reinforce that same notion, go back to, that, and to make people hide who they are. Like, that's the same concept that, John Lennon was saying, is like, we have to hide love, that an expression of something that is authentically ours, true to who we are, aligned with our soul prints. We have to hide those sorts of things because there's this certain type of people that exist in the world that are not going to let us be okay with that. They're not going to let us be able to settle in a peaceful state of just being true to who you are, because they need you to not be who you are, because either it makes them uncomfortable, they don't know how to reconcile in their head the existence of people other than themselves, so they're very bigoted, and they're very intolerant. They have a very shallow life experience, a very narrow worldview, a lack of empathy and consideration and compassion and sympathies, to the point where instead of coming into acceptance of be as you are, come as you are, they need you to be constrained, confined, and limited and controlled in order for them to feel a sense that the world is right, because those type of people don't exist. And to me, it's like social intolerance is an infection of like this great malady of society, is like this social intolerance of different types of people. It goes back to, yeah, sure, I certainly have a social intolerance for, cruelty and for predatory violence and for exploitation and extortion and lies and deceit and, just mean-spiritedness. I have a social intolerance for those sorts of things. It's very repulsive, and not repulsive in a sense of like, like the ebb and the pull and the draw that we have amongst people that helps us come into accord with one another, but rather to the point where everything about my sense of righteousness in the world is completely rejecting that sense. I am not vibing with that in any way, and we should not be socially tolerable or to, kind of like smooth out the edges or to create safe space for violence and intolerance and inhumanity and cruelty to proliferate. We just should not be saying it's okay, to each their own. Yeah, but certainly not if your own means that you have to harm other people. That's why we have laws and we have rules and we have this sensible social contract with one another of like what's right to do. And if we're not getting the right sense of social tolerance in our like role modeling in our experiences with one another, like we actually teach one another how to be our worst version instead of our best, you know, and then you are among people who bring out the worst in you instead of the best in you. And so when we're in digital spaces, especially, that's still influencing our minds. It's bringing in impressions. And if everybody's leaving these negative impressions in the digital space, that's absorbing into their mind. And then it's literally, they're living out that experience in their real life to the point where, you know, that gentleman at the store thought it was, you know, a funny thing. And he wanted me to get in on a good jest and laugh about, you know, these people's, you know, difficult situation that they're in, that, you know, now they have to deal with. Again, not saying whether it was right or it's wrong, you know, for, you know, whatever was happening, but I certainly don't think it was right. And I do believe it was wrong that everybody turned it into a spectacle, because it's making that problem that these people have to now face so much more complicated and messy and emotionally charged. And it's going to make it really difficult for them to, you know, achieve a healing process by which they can come to a conclusion of it that makes them complete and helps them reintegrate back into society in such a way that isn't shameful, you know, that they can live in confidence knowing it was a human mistake, you know, and move on, sort of thing. I think that society's, you know, desire to, you know, mock and make fun of other people's suffering is probably one of the worst aspects of humanity, you know, and we're all guilty of it in some degree, in some way or whatever. But I think that it's something, it's kind of like the concept that helps me to understand, like, why I don't believe I'm of this world is the fact that this world is wicked. And there's no removing ourselves from the wickedness. All there is to do is for ourselves to separate ourselves from it, to be not of this world, and to be like righteous so that we are not externally changed by the negative vibrations that are out there that come in and change who we are, but like we are so solid and true in who we are that we vibrate out to the world and we change the world from within, you know. But again, in that situation where the gentleman told me about this, I didn't call him out and be like, you know, it's fucked up to say that, even though in my head I was thinking, wow, that's fucked up to say that. It was more like, oh, yeah, I did hear about that. That was really unfortunate. And left it at that, because I didn't change his mind for him or make his mind up for him. I just interjected a sensibility to it that maybe would help him if he was consciously aware of it, you know, my tone and how I wasn't as, you know, in it, haha, funny, you know, thinking it was a good time as he was. Maybe it would have made him think like, oh, well, maybe it isn't as funny as I thought it was, you know. It's unfortunate. Well, what's unfortunate about it? You know, you weren't laughing about it. You were just like, kind of like in a tone of sympathies for them. Well, why would that be that way? And then hopefully he went in and reasonably thought about, oh, well, maybe I can take a different perspective to this. Maybe I won't be a part of the, you know, crowd that's jeering and mocking and whatever. And then there'll be less pressure on those people. And then that situation can dissipate. And then the healing process can begin for those people and for the world. So, like, I can imagine that there's plenty of other people that have been in some sort of similar situation that probably, if they had not resolved their trauma about such a situation, would have been like a trauma trigger for them, you know? And that's the thing, is like, if we're leaving all these, you know, traumas unresolved and society keeps doing these same things over and over again, we're just trauma triggering everybody, and we're all living in a perpetual state of just negativity and wickedness, and it's how could you possibly retain a sense of like good vibes in such a challenging world, you know, that is constantly trying to pull you back into resonating with it instead of resonating true to who you are. So, but that whole tangent is just to kind of like give this example of why we need safe home spaces, is because you have to be able to come home to who you truly are inside. What is actually, when you're thinking of what's just, fair, reasonable, right? What feels good to you? What's decent? You know, the whole golden rule, like do unto others. Would I want to have a world that exists where, you know, people mock my love, or where, you know, people think it's okay to, you know, turn your personal life into a spectacle? No, I would not want to live in a world like that. And I wouldn't expect that for anybody else. I mean, this very much comes into the whole like Epstein thing that's happening right now, which I don't really like to talk about because it's a trauma trigger, but it's at the same time something that I have been able to find a way to heal through. So in a reasonable way, I can talk about it without it making me vibe on that level. The whole thing about it is like, you know, the people who are making a fuss, turning this into spectacle, what is it that they're caring about when they talk about this? Are they caring about the fact that we live in such a society that this is actually a thing that happens? Are they caring about the fact that this sort of thing is just what we know of? Who knows what else is going on, you know? And there's a recent court case with a high-profile figure in the music industry who was running a ring very similar to the scenario of the Epstein situation. And, you know, society was all about knowing about that business and making it a conversation and whatever. But again, was it really about like, wow, we live in that type of world? How many other things like that are happening that you're not seeing and it's not being made public? You know, how many like god awful situations of human trafficking are happening, you know, that we had entire organizations working to defeat these things, to put a stop to it, to weed out these situations and break them up so that we can protect innocence and preserve the, you know, peaceful order of a society that doesn't make it possible for these things to happen, which the POTUS 47 regime decided that they were going to defund and dismantle those programs. So now the chances for this type of exploitation of innocence is going to only get worse. So I don't hear everybody talking about this is a bad thing, we shouldn't have this type of scenario, things like this shouldn't happen in our society. They're more focused on, they're finding the person to point out and blame and turn them into the villain and make them suffer for it, you know, and stirring pots and kicking up sand and stirring up trouble and doing all these things. Like, none of those things matter, you know. What matters is, like, this negative thing happened. It was a bad thing. And unfortunately, you know, the perpetrator was not able to be made whole because they killed themselves in prison. They died in prison. And so that person will never be made whole. And because they were never made whole, their victims are never going to be able to be made whole because that person was never able to be made whole. They were not brought to account and then, you know, had to face the consequences of their decisions and their actions, and then have to, you know, face the truth of this is what society does when somebody does what you did. And we do this as a corrective mechanism to make sure that everything is set right in the world. That's not happening, and so there's always going to be this void within the victims that it's not going to be able to be made whole because of the fact that their perpetrator was not able to be made whole. This is why I do not believe in the death penalty. I do not believe in corporal punishment. I believe in corrective mechanisms, restoration of integrities, bring these people back into the fold, you know, through education and through experience mostly, and a reconnection with those sensibilities, you know, so that you're more sympathetic and empathetic to the world. and then to drum up this natural sense of compassion within people, which is empathy plus the desire to act, so they can go out and do recompense and reconciliation through their own volition. That's what restoration of integrity should be about in our criminal justice system. But now these victims are going to have that void that's not going to be filled by, their perpetrator being made whole, which isn't what makes them completely whole, but it is a crucial fundamental part of it. So that they are in their own healing process to be made whole. Society should be doing more to help them to be made whole, which is by doing things like preventing these things from ever happening to anybody else ever again, because then that gives the sensibilities the world is correcting itself, so I don't have to be in fear that this is a thing that exists, which, gives me this constant pain of knowing that, the world is this wrong, and that's a terrible thing to know of when you're a victim, knowing that the world has this terrible way of being, and it came into your world and just shook things up and took things askew and led you astray from what you sense is right once you're aware of how wrong that situation was. But knowing that there's nothing in society that's doing a corrective mechanism so that doesn't happen again prevents you from being whole. That's why a lot of them have turned into activists, because it is a way of fulfilling that need in society that other people aren't. They're wasting their energy bitching, pissing, moaning, and complaining, laughing, mocking, and making controversy and conspiracy theories online, too busy doing that pointless, useless waste of time, breath, and energy than to actually doing the good work of helping to foster a way for us to have corrective mechanisms to prevent this from happening. If you're gonna complain to the politicians about do your job, or do what you said you were gonna do and release these files or whatever, it should be more like do the right thing, and to make sure that we have protective mechanisms so this type of stuff doesn't happen again. If for whatever reason you can't tell us these things because it's so, national security to not reveal whatever truths are being hidden behind the government's capacity to contain information, then give us what we would need in order for us to be okay with the scenario, which is to say, we know so much information about how this came about that we are going to tell you in a reasonable way, this is what we're going to do to make sure that never happens again, because I'll tell you what, nobody should ever know that sort of thing is even possible, But that's the people that are complaining that these files aren't being released aren't caring about there being set up a corrective mechanism to fix for this and, innovate this problem out. And the government is not even the least bit interested in creating situations to innovate this out, because they're cutting the funding for the programs that we're even trying to solve for this problem, And so here are the victims coming in, having to create the solutions, innovate the solutions them damn selves, and there's only so much that they can do because there's not enough political will and not enough social will to solve the problems. There's all the energy's wasted on bitching and complaining about everything, talking about controversy, and because it's drama and it's craze, and for some reason people just love to invest everything into that. And then it just propagates a negativity vibe in the world, and it makes it harder for us to transcend that and overcome it. So, but these victims, in order to be made whole, would be for us to innovate out the problem scenario, the situation, the historical and the fine context and the conditional situation that made that happen, which a lot of what I've come through learning about this story was that a lot of these, victims were coming from unsafe home spaces that were not stable and not secure to the point where they could have been so self-confident in themselves that they wouldn't have become a potential victim of exploitation. And the predatory aspect is like these predators were seeking people who were vulnerable and weak and, prone to traumas or prone to these negative situations that would make them more susceptible to being deceived and manipulated, and then forced into situations where they had no other choice but to comply with something that went wholly against what they sensed was right, which then embedded deeply within them this sense of not just trauma, but shame and like rejection of who they are as an individual. Many of these people are still healing from that. And, I don't hear society outcrying to try to find a way to help these women heal. POTUS 47 regime is cutting funding for, mental health to help make sure that people have a sense of well-being. And so, and then, cutting funding that's helping people to establish a safe home space or retain a safe home. So they don't care at all about, making these women whole, restoring the integrities, creating corrective mechanisms, innovating out this problem. They're not interested in doing any of that. It's a spectacle of point the finger somewhere else and distract, and everybody else is talking about controversy and complaining about it, and who's having the conversation about how do we fix this? That gets very little airtime. And it's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that that's happening, because and what my research into this has been, which has only been for the sympathies of like, wow, I can't even frickin' believe how this happened. How did this happen? And like, how can we correct for this? Because my soul print value, which I have worked on for my whole life, is protecting innocence, So it's like, how did this happen? And how can we prevent it from ever happening to anybody else ever again? And how might we be able to take these, beautifully courageous women who have somehow been able to retain sensibility in this world despite what happened to them, which was incredibly cruel, incredibly evil, incredibly wrong, and empower them to be champions and advocates and heroes to be able to protect innocence from ever having to experience that ever again. If Trump was so concerned about this being a bad thing, it never should have happened. Instead of trying to pardon the person who did the wrongdoing, he should be focusing on empowering the women that the wrong was done to, if he really cared. But he doesn't. And this has like been turned into a big, huge thing, right? Everybody's talking about it. Hell, I'm even talking about it. More to prove a point, but the fact is like, if Trump really cared about doing for the best interest of society to help to heal this obvious rift that is even tearing his own personal fan base apart from each other, and then they're pitting against him now, like, what would be an appropriate corrective measure would be to say, listen, guys, this is the thing that never should have happened to begin with. And that the fact that it did happen, now we have to find a way to solve for this sort of thing that is obviously happening in society, and then really question ourselves, how did it get this way? I don't think that Trump himself is a man of integrity in terms of protecting innocence enough for that he would consciously, from his own volition, come up with that idea in the spirit of actually wanting to solve for the problem. But, I think that if he did have reasonable people in his administration that weren't just looking to protect the president from being harmed from bad publicity, they would be like, this is a really good opportunity. Like, this is being brought up in society because it's obviously a problem. And this is a great opportunity to solve for it. Help to heal this rift, because it's coming up in the, issue, and it's unresolved, not because we should just, forget about it. That was so long ago. Why are you still talking about that? It's like, because it still hasn't been solved for. And when you don't solve for problems, they keep coming back. And they will keep coming back and haunting you. And it will compound and get worse. It's like the universe says, like, the universe demands that this be corrected. Karmatic retribution of time. And it's going to get louder and louder and louder until you fix and you solve for it. And how loud could this possibly be, to the fact where we have a sitting president, who has been implicated in sexual assault cases, and that he is known to be directly involved in some form of relationship with the individual who was the perpetrator of this massively organized crime, that to the fact that that even happens is showing us that we are in a very, very bad place. And the fact that that president is now getting attacked by the people who said that they were extreme loyalists to him because of this issue, look what it's doing to those people. You know, have a little bit of sympathy for the MAGA cohort right now, for the fact that how are they reconciling this within themselves? You know, loyalty to Trump is law in that cult-like mentality of these people. How are they reconciling the fact that many of them were, you know, diehard, we need to release those Epstein files? Granted, it was probably because they assumed these powerful figures were in there and they were mostly Democrats, and they were going to use it as tools against them to, you know, prevent Democrats from ever getting power ever again, because obviously, see, they're bad people, they were implicated. Regardless of their intents or whatever, or their, you know, perverted interests in it, they cared. In some capacity, they cared. But what they cared about wasn't so much about, again, making the victims whole and making the perpetrator whole, and then innovating this problem out of society so that we don't have to ever face this sort of thing again. It was more like, you know, how can we use it as a weaponization to attack the other side? Now Trump is implicated as the side that was involved in it. How are they reconciling that in their heads and their hearts? You know? And the situation that they're now placed in is that they can't. These people are being forced to become hypocrites, to live in an inconsistency and an incoherency, a direct contradiction of what they had sensed was the right thing for them. You know, the Epstein thing was bad, shouldn't have happened, and that's what I believe is bad and it shouldn't have happened, and we need justice. That's what they were telling themselves. But now they're being told, you know, forget about that bad thing, it's over with, and justice, you know, Trump's version of justice is to try to pardon the people who did this. How are these people going to reconcile it? They're not. They're going to be led in a position, either they are going to have to, that is going to rift them enough to pull them away from Trump and say, loyalty to Trump isn't everything. It can't be, because how can you be loyal to somebody who has no integrity? He is not instilling a sense that he is trustworthy, you know, and he's lied. He directly lied. He said he was going to release these files and now he's not. That's a lie. It's not a change of heart. It's a lie. And so he's obviously not trustworthy. He's not an integrity-bound person. He's a walking contradiction to what he said he was going to do. And now these people have to, how are they going to be able to reconcile that? You know, they're going to have to like pull away from Trump, and then what's out there for them to believe in now? You know, they're so hard against the left and the Democrats. You know, they're not going to go to that, you know, and there's no reasonable, you know, moderating influence in the middle that exists in the form of a political party for them to like shift into, you know, a more central shift. And there's no, you know, other distinction within the Republican Party other than Trump. He has like a virus come in and took over its host, and it's now MAGA. It's not Republican Party anymore. Conservative values, all those things are gone because they now have been replaced with Trumpism, you know? So there's so many people that are now left without political homes, and that's going to be really hard for them to reconcile. You know, I have sympathies for them because, you know, it's going to make them have to do some like serious soul searching, right? To be able to find what's right. And now it's going to be hard for them, because what if they believe that, but their family doesn't agree that, you know, they believe they can't align with Trump anymore because he's not trustworthy, but the rest of their family doesn't believe in that. Now they are strangers in their own home, and they don't have a safe home space to be able to reconcile their new sensibilities with the external world in such a way that they don't get drawn back into that, and then have to be a living contradiction to say, like, even though it goes against my sensibilities and my soul print values to not, you know, align faithfully with somebody who is just okay with sweeping this under the carpet. But I don't have anywhere else to go, and I've been a Trump supporter for so long. What else am I going to do but just to continue to stand by him and put a halo over his head and say, I'm going to be pixie choosy about what I'm actually going to care about in terms of integrities in those who I have elected to lead me. And, it's okay to have like a sense of nobody's perfect, right? We're all works in progress. But somebody that is showing the lack of capacity for flexibility, which is a value, is a virtue. It is the virtue of holisticness is flexibility. You have to be able to be receptive to new ideas, just like the scientific method. We don't continue to believe the world is flat because we get evidence that it's not flat anymore, and then we evolve and change our perspectives and perceptions in our sensibilities of the world, in our beliefs that align with like the truth as it is. We're not rejecting reality, we're integrating it. And so these people are not going to be able to integrate with reality because they're living in Trump's reality distortion field. And the Democratic side and the far leftists are not offering anything reasonable, and I can tell it's not because they're like bad people. They're as much caught up in craze and drama and everything else as the right and, the MAGA cohort are. But they have no like firm basis of integrity. Like they don't know what they stand for anymore. And so how could you ever draw people in to want to be on your side if you have nothing to stand for? All that they offer is that they are not Trump. They're anti-Trump. They're not Trump. At least we're not Trump. And that should be enough to be able to make people want to go to them. But it doesn't. They are making many people politically homeless, And so we have all these people that are in this potential, and there's this infectious rebellion that is building up. I would really like to tap into that because I think that I have something to offer that is reasonable to all sides of the aisle, even the far extremes of them, Maybe not to the point where they're all going to come to center and we're all going to freaking kumbaya it together or something, but enough to bring people more into a sensibility of commonalities, And that's really what I speak to when I make these videos, is a sense of, I want people to know enough of where my interests lie, where my intentions are, what my motivations are, what I'm considering, how I break down problems, how I look at the world, and how I make a reasonable, interpretation of the things that I see coming in such a way where it's trying as best I can not to have a deeply embedded bias. I still have bias. I'm a human. I have tastes and aversions, but I try as much as I can to recognize that that's just a filter of experience that is not integrated fully into my person. I have a capacity to step away from that and say, yeah, but we're not considering that, it's very disappointing that society thinks that it's funny to mock these people's personal relationship being revealed publicly. I can come at it from a sense of society as it is right now feeds off that drama and craze and controversy and things like that, because we're taught that those sorts of things are what make a viral moment. And so those tend to get more airtime. And so people think that that is what's the norm and it's socially acceptable, right? And because people don't spend a lot of time working on their soul print values, where they actually listen to their gut instinct, listen to their feelings, it says, ooh, clunk, that doesn't feel right, they're going to just operate in this superficial way where they're not deeply consciously considering, wow, put myself in their shoes and how would that be, sort of thing. So I understand I could take it away from that and again, show you. I'm not coming at it like this person is the wrong and that person is wrong. It's we're all wrong in some way, but we're all sometimes right, all sometimes wrong. But it's the important part is to find the ways where, our sensibilities about what is right and what is wrong can be identified. Break down the problems to the most simplest thing, no simpler than that, but just that simple, where we can all agree, the concept of consensus. Like in the situation of the deficit in America, right? And the lack of accountability to reconcile our debts with our revenues to the point where we are in a sense of, we have liquidity. We can be liquid about it. We could, if need be, we would be able to take what we have to be able to pay what we owe, this sort of thing. We don't have that capacity in America right now. We are stealing from the future gains and productivity to pay for present day expenses. And the difference between what we have in the bank right now to afford our way of living compared to how much we have to spend out every single day to afford what we've created, in situations of accounts payable, paying it out, those two numbers don't match. And so we have to borrow from our future earnings to be able to pay for present day expenses. And then we're tacking on interest for the difference between needing the money now but not being able to pay it till later. And that time frame of interest is accumulative and it builds over time. And we are so far behind in our capacity to pay back what we have had to borrow from not fiscal irresponsibility. We are paying more money in debt interest payments now than we are paying towards actually affording for our services in order to service the needs of our society. And because of that, we have compounding effects from all these different variables coming in that are affecting our economic capacities to be reasonably productive in order to make sure that we are solvent in our relationship between what we must spend and then what we have to spend, and our capacity to reconcile those books to some sort of balance. It's no different than trying to balance your checkbook at the end of the day. Federal balance and budget is no different than the kitchen table concerns of everyday Americans. You have so much that goes out and only so much that comes in, and then whatever that bottom line is, sometimes that bottom line ends up being in the red, which means it's negative, and sometimes it's in the black, which means you're positive. And sometimes it's just neutral. It says we just got enough to get by. And because of the fact that we don't have fiscal responsibility, and because we don't have a conscious understanding of we have to increase productivity in society, and we don't have a conscious understanding of that we have to invest in the appropriate social capital, proper capitalism in order to invest in those things that are going to help to keep our costs down overall, but still be able to retain a generalized quality of life across the board, achieving the core tenets of the Constitution, which one of them is promote the general welfare. We have to reconcile all these things somehow, and how do you do it? And the current administration, POTUS 47, thinks it's okay to cut funding for these programs that they don't need to use, so they don't see value in it. And yeah, sure, some people might be telling them this is going to hurt some people, but in their head is like, we got to be good stewards of taxpayer money. But when you hear them talk about taxpayer money, the only money that they're talking about is the upper echelon of society, these deviant echelon of society that are more concerned about concentrating wealth to themselves. That's the taxpayer that he talks about when he says taxpayer and being stewards of their money, because he doesn't think they should be paying for somebody else to be able to have health care. Like, that's not reasonable. Well, I understand it's like the concept of the meme. I'm going to get it wrong, I know, because I haven't seen it in a long time, but bringing it back up in recall, it's kind of like showing, you know, communism is that they take your cow and then they portion it out to you, and socialism is they take your cow and then they portion it out to everyone. And like, I don't remember exactly how it works, but essentially it was like trying to say the different types of governance is, in terms of like taxation, is all about the government coming and taking away from you so you can't have in order to give to other people so they can have. And how is that right that they get to take your hard-earned money? And to me, it's like that whole meme of, I think it was like a picture of a cow or whatever. The whole thing was like, and this is the point of why we have taxes. Like, taxation is not about taking from the rich to give to the poor, or to making the poor foot the bill for all of the things that, you know, they're the ones dependent on it. They're the ones that should have to pay for it, sort of thing. Because obviously they don't have enough capabilities to be productive, and capacity for opportunity to access capital and resource and have agency to be able to produce enough capital assets and capacities to be able to pay for that stuff on their own. If they could, they would, but they can't because the system is designed out of their favor. We have taxation to be able to help to adjust for the inequalities in society that, you know, the upper echelon, the deviant echelon, are benefiting from the tremendous amount of productivity and labor that these people are making that they're not getting fair, just compensation for. A lot of unpaid work is done in our society. I mean, just look at caregiving and teachers and parents. Like, there's so much value that's invested in society for creating, you know, productive citizens that is not being accounted for, and it's not being equated in, and it's not being paid out, but you're certainly benefiting from it, you know. And these rich people are benefiting from having workers that are able to be educated enough to go and work for their companies, be educated enough to be able to get a job so they can get the money to be able to buy this stuff from their companies. So it's like the system works for everybody. And in a reasonable society is to say, we can't depend on philanthropy, you know, the good graces and the good hearts of people to, you know, make sure society is provisioned, accommodated, stewarded, and supported. Because the attitude and direction of the hearts of many people are very selfish and self-centered. That's what happens with the deviant echelon. They're very self-centered. They don't care about you. You know, if you're not in their little small circle of friends or this isolated pocket of thriving, you know, or insulated pocket of thriving, they don't care about you. And outcomes of your life are not a consideration to them. And the social safety nets that you depend on are not, they don't even think about those things happening until it comes to, you know, some politicians saying that we're going to tax you so we can have this support. And they're like, no, you're not taking my money for something that I don't even use. And then all of a sudden you care about it and you're like, those people are just sponging off of a system and this is unfair to us. And it's like, you have to reconcile this, like, what is just, what is fair, what is reasonable, what is right. Well, if you want to live in a society where you don't have people living on the street and defecating on the street and having tents out on the street, or people that are dying from curable, preventable diseases, or you have more violence and you have more, you know, intolerance and you have more, you know, people shooting each other in mass, you know, shootings and having, you know, more crime and theft in stores and like all of these things that are inconvenience of society, is the proliferation of various forms of violence, which are all predicated off of the concept of predatory systems that are created to set people at a disadvantage that are then exploited. And it's not just the upper echelon, deviant echelon that exploits. People in the lower echelon exploit one another because you're just trying to get by. You're put in a desperate situation and you do desperate things. And it's not necessarily that they want to do it. They probably do have sensibilities somewhere at some point in time that said this is the wrong thing, but they either had to drown it out, wash it out, become numb to the system, you know, just pretend like it doesn't matter, be like everybody else is doing it, you know, social salience or whatever. And so we're creating that system and environment for these negative things to occur. And instead of, people that have more capacity to be able to positively affect change because they have accumulated larger amounts of capital and resource, and they have higher levels of agency, they have more, capacity for influence and a more direct, immediate means to shift and affect change. The problem that they have is they don't have a social sense of responsibility to help anybody else but themselves. Taxes come in to help to correct for that. It says, we're not going to make you care about these people, Like, you maybe not have the capacity to care about these people. Maybe you only have the capacity to care about a small amount of people. Okay. As long as you're not harming people, okay. But you still have to help to make sure that these people aren't going to be left behind while you're advancing to these high pinnacles. Because it is in your interest that we have a baseline standard of domestic order, domestic tranquility in society. Because then that means when you walk out on the street, you don't have to worry about the shifty-eyed guy around the corner, whether or not he's going to come around the corner and shoot you to rob you of your wallet, You don't have to worry about these things because society is sustained in a way of stability. You have social cohesion, Social cohesion is compatible with a proper capitalism, which says absolutely we should be, innovating, and we should growing businesses, and we should be trying new things and finding best practices. We should be advancing research, and we should be looking into, the things that we don't know. What is the next thing that is to come? Absolutely. And we should give as much free reign to do that as possible, but within reason, to say, like, you can't get too far out of the realm where you're actually putting other people at a disadvantage and harming them, Society should be about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity. America works for 100% of the people here. Equity, without the disadvantage of anyone. Inclusion, so nobody gets left behind. And the whole point is to make sure everybody lives the good life. That's our baseline standard. It's what I call the criterion echelon of society. And you can't expect the deviant echelon to care. You can't make them care, but you can make them contribute. There's a fundamental difference. We're not saying that you have to care, and we're not saying you can't complain when you really do see that there is waste, fraud, and abuse or whatever. Totally reasonable. But come at us with facts, come at us with figures, come at us with the truth of the matter, to say, like, if there really was waste, fraud, and abuse, tell us exactly where it was, exactly how much it was, who did the wrong thing, because those people should be held accountable, so that we can establish the corrective mechanism so that sort of thing doesn't happen again. But certainly don't just rip away the entire thing and say, nobody gets to have that funding anymore, And just because you can't see the value in something doesn't mean that it's not valuable, It's the concept of, it's a little bit far off in an analogy, but it still works in a reasonable way. Like, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Just because you don't see the potential in it, you don't have a use for it, it's yesterday's fad or whatever. It does not mean that would not just revolutionize somebody else's life. You know what I'm saying? Which is another concept that I think would be really good in terms of achieving, how I want to approach solving for most of our societal woes and our worldly dilemmas that are preventing us from achieving an imperishable world peace, is welfare and stewardship. And part of that would be to help to advance these developing countries and fast track them to become more developed, so that they're less susceptible to exploitation, and they're more able to be self-sufficient, self-sustaining, free, independent, self-determined, and then empowered to level up in society, so that those bright and brilliant minds of human ingenuity that are in those places can spark some sort of new advancement to take us to ever heights of, the highest level of human capacity and human ingenuity. The, person that knows the cure to cancer could be in a developing country just waiting for the possibility of being able to actualize their best version and to be in a welcome environment that they can thrive on so that they can do that. And we can take things that in our society, America, that we have advanced technologically and that we're growing in advancement in technology that we no longer need, that no longer serves our purpose because we've leveled up past that point, and we could be like the hand-me-down capacity and bring it to these communities to help them to level up in society. And to do it in, since such a way where it's like this resource it can be a hand-me-down thing, as long as it's not becoming like a burden, like, society thinks that the solution to solving for, developing countries is just send all our clothing waste to them, or send all our garbage waste or all our plastic waste to them, and yes, they've found ways to use it and turn it to industry and these sorts of things, but that does not do much to help them to level up at life. We should be doing things in such a way that are intelligently and strategically organized and deployed and executed to be able to achieve engineered outcomes that are of proper intended use, that help us to get everybody across the board and the entire planet to the level of the criterion echelon of society, and have a global society of that criterion echelon which says everybody is living the good life. And the good life's going to look different for everyone, but it certainly doesn't mean that there is, weakness and vulnerabilities that are exploited by violence, or that perpetrate violence, that allow for violence and these sorts of things. Or deep levels of corruption where the deviant echelon of society become all the decision makers, and it is not in their personal best interest to help anybody else to level up at life. But they're the ones who are making decisions, and they're making it based off of their values, their virtues, their wants, and their need for advancing in a certain direction or whatever, and without consideration of who's getting left behind. So society is there, and government's there to help us to, concentrate our capacities together in a reasonable way where we're not limiting or hindering people out of the sense of reasonableness, and we're not being unfair in our capacity to, keep everybody within a reasonable, just bounds of things. We're being just about it. It is based off of like a coherent law that is internally consistent with our ideals of the base principles by which we establish our society, such as in America, our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. That's the core, that is the source code of the invention of every other law that comes out after that. And then proceeding before that is universal laws, the laws of nature, and those are the things to which we don't have control, but our human-made laws need to still be in conformity with it. We need to adhere to it because that is the way the world works, If you're building for the integrity of the architecture of a very large building, you certainly don't build it off of the construct that you put the lighter weight material at the bottom and then put the heavier stuff at the top and assume that there's going to be stability in that system. No, you put at the bottom a very strong, secure base, and then you build up the lighter materials on top of it, integrating integrities throughout to make sure it's all cohesive and it's all one, so that if an earthquake happens, they move independently, but interdependently, so that they don't fall apart. Society should be structured as such. And that's what the bottom strengthened base is, not the deviant echelon. It is obviously going to be the criterion echelon. But the point isn't to hold up the almighty pinnacle hierarchy of these people, we're holding them up like, slaves carrying Caesar from one side of the, Colosseum to the other or whatever. It's about having the people that are above are actually the weakest link of the stability of order in society. And so they should be the ones that are farthest away from the integrity-bound system by which we do the firm basis of building, which comes back to, bring it on home to what I started talking about the home and about the community and about the local systems. That's where our integrity is built. That's where it has to come from. And while everybody looks at federal, because federal has so much capacity to do sweeping executive orders, or, sweeping tariffs, or, sweeping laws that are like, 50 bad things bundled in with one good thing, and, just to be able to get it in there or whatever, because nobody in their right mind would say yes to these terrible things, but you have to say yes to this one good thing, and so that's how they bunch it together and make us suffer through having terrible laws, kind of like what the Big Beautiful Bill did and every other law that's been created. Those things are not where the rubber meets the road. You know what I'm saying? Like, even the Big Beautiful Bill, that doesn't play out in Washington in terms of like outcome consequences. You see that at the local level. You see that when communities start realizing that their local health clinics are closed down because funding for Medicaid is cut off, and they wholly depend on Medicaid in order to keep their doors open. And so now entire communities are going to be in, healthcare deserts and not be able to access healthcare, and they're going to have to go farther and farther out. Like, rural communities are going to lose them, and it's going to hit them hard. And that impacts people because, the response time for dealing with an emergency, there's a very narrow time window of care that you must, respond to things in order to preserve life. And now that time frame has been deeply impacted, and the chances of survival for people is being limited, because many of those people are not going to be able to get the care they need when they need it, where they need it, how they need it. Many people are not going to go towards the, healthcare industry anymore, like becoming experts and masters in that field, because there's not going to be opportunity to earn enough money just to survive doing that. Though you have a compassion and capacity and care and interest and want to do it, it's not going to make sense in terms of like, well, I have to get along with my life somehow. I think that's a really big problem we have in society, is like, why we don't have production happening here and why we outsource so many things is not because we let manufacturing go across the seas because we didn't care anymore. We focused on different things. We have more accountants than, we had people that are able to build things. And now the AI is coming in, and, one AI system can replace, 20 accountants. That role is no longer there, and now all those people are displaced, and now what are they going to do for a job? And that's the sort of things that we're going through. And the reason why that's happening is because we have no proper intended use of our capitalism. It's running rampant in whatever direction it thinks is the next big thing, like AI. Oh, let's all invest our money into that. And it completely dries up funding for all these other brilliant companies that are trying to start up and get off the ground, but they can't because nobody cares about investing in something that they, don't see as having this massive potential to bring you a bunch of money on return on investment, because people care about the money instead of the outcome. And so a proper capitalism shifts our gears and makes us, like I was saying with the taxes, you don't have to care, but you have to contribute. And a proper capitalism says you have to contribute towards these things that are going to achieve the outcomes that we need to be able to strengthen our base of the criterion echelon of society, period. And if you ain't doing business as that, it's going to be costly to do business. But we're doing that in such a way where it's not about bring back manufacturing jobs. It's like we should be we need to build these sorts of things to build up our resiliency so we can steward our society in a sustainable way. And so we need more people to build up their businesses and their capacities to be able to provide for that. Start manufacturing, providing the services, whatever, to be able to do that. And instead of it being about, I'm doing this thing because it's what I have to do to be able to make money, it's like, I'm doing this thing because this is what I love and I have a passion for. met this very nice gentleman one time when I went and got an x-ray, and he was the x-ray specialist there. And I had asked him, I was like, well, why did you get into this? You know, because he seemed very intelligent and able to figure out, like, problem solve, how can we get this best picture, you know, to be able to make this work, to get the image we need. I was like, wow, it's really interesting how you perspective and you look at that, and it's like, you know, have you always had this, like, inclination towards, you know, perspective and looking and stuff? And he's like, no, actually, I grew up as a farmer, and I was going to be a generational farmer like my dad was. But, you know, if you're from this area and you know, farming is drying up because the data centers are extracting all the water, and there's not enough water to keep the farms going. And so my dad and I decided, he's like, I even went to school to become an agriculturist to be able to be a generational farmer. And, you know, when the data centers came in and stole all the water and basically stole our capacity and our way of life, my dad said, you're going to have to find something else to do. I don't think you should do this business anymore. And their family farm closed down, and he went to school to become, you know, an x-ray specialist, which was good for him because he did that because he's like, that was the best way to be able to make the most money. But I was like, but is this really what you love to do? He's like, I do it and I'm good at it. He says, but I wanted to be a generational farmer. So his capacity to do the thing that he loves and he wanted, and we very much need farmers in our nation. We always need to farm. You know, agriculture is core to civilization's capacity to function and continue. But he's not able to do that because it was not financially possible for him, because the resources necessary to do that were being extracted by these other industries that didn't care about the fallout consequences of them overutilizing resources for their own personal benefit. Maybe creating some other benefit in some other way from society, but doesn't understand what it's taking away in these other regards. And a proper capitalism considers that. It understands when you take from one place, what other places are you depriving from that capacity? And in society, we should be thinking about that. When you're taking from, you know, the social safety nets, what are you depriving these people of the things that they need that makes it so that they can continue to provide the things that you look forward to? You know, there's many people that are like, man, there was this great mom and pop shop that was in downtown. It was here all the time. It was like icon for our community, and it was a great place to go. Kids loved to go there because it was, you know, a great hangout spot, and it was, you know, something that was just an anchor for our society, and it closed down. Well, why? Oh, because they can't stay afloat because the cost of rents went up too high, and the cost of tariffs, you know, raised the prices of the things that they were bringing in to make it so that they cannot create profitable margins, because if they raise the price too high to cover for the tariff costs, their customers aren't going to be able to buy it, and they're not going to make enough profit to be able to keep the doors open and the lights on. So reasonably, they don't see a way to continue their business, and so they shut down. And that community lost that entire, like, anchor for their identity, and in a place of local proximity that the social order was able to be, you know, made cohesive with that, you know, community location. That's lost now to these other people that are making decisions in this far off place, so many degrees separated far away from them. They have no idea if you press that button, you're gonna destroy all these other things. You have no idea, you know? And then it makes you wonder, like, if they did know, maybe they do know, and then maybe they just don't care. And then that goes into the whole thing, like, make sure you care about who you vote for. Make sure that you care about the people that you vote for, and make sure that the people that you vote for care about you. You know what I'm saying? So, but the community is losing its identity, it's losing its continuity, it's losing its capacity. You know, people are having to go farther and farther away from locations to be able to find work because they can't find it at home, because industries shift and things like that, which is going to happen, but it shouldn't be shifting in such a way that we can't create a continuum of continuity of economy in every community. You know, so people can remain in the neighborhoods they want to live in. They shouldn't be forced to live in cities all the time. You know, people should be able to live wherever they want, and we should still have access to economy. It was one of the reasons why I liked having the internet and the digital space, was because e-commerce was a way for us to be able to make money without having to have, you know, a brick and mortar store, and then to have more customers that are, you know, you can draw in more income from outside sources without having the proximity thing, but still be able to have, you know, local stores to be able to provide the provisions that you need to be able to get along. Like, we need all of it. You know, it's like the intersituary system. It's like the things that hold the other things together. Like, this is important and this is important, but in order for them to, you know, function together, you need to have this other system of, you know, connectivity in between it that holds it all together. And we don't have that in society because we don't have a proper intended use of our economy. You know, and the only way you're going to get that is if you focus on achieving outcomes, and our outcomes should be about reinforcing that criterion echelon of society and bringing everything down. The ones who make the decisions and the ones who instigate the solutions should be the local level. It should be the individual governance, and then from there going out to the local governance, and then the state, and then eventually the federal. But it should be the local people should be able to tell the federal level, we need this accounted for. And then there should be various levels of government leading up to the federal level that intercede on your behalf, intervene on your behalf, to reach out with, you know, more power, more influence, more capacity to reach the, you know, ear and audience of the federal level to say, we need to have attention drawn into this area because at this level, we need this type of support in order for things to be sustainable so that people can continue to live the good life. And that for every level of the system is all about resonating with the same sensibilities of like justifications why we're doing this thing, to hold on to the original spirit of the actual relevant stakeholders. So you don't have blind decision making at the federal level, cutting funding for something without knowing the, you know, detrimental impacts that might be having at the local level. The local level needs to be able to speak to the federal level, and every level in between needs to be able to amplify that voice so that it resonates true, to say, like, you cannot avoid this. There is a true call for service here, and we need you to do something about it. We at this level can't do it all on our own. We're going to need your help. So please draw in the necessary supports and accommodations and provisions so that we can get this done, you know? And that goes into the whole thing in terms of, like, I've spoken on it before about having this communication system where individuals in society in America can directly reach the president and speak to them and say, this needs to be brought to your attention. We need attention shined on this problem so we can get a solution. We've come up with the solution. We've identified the problem. It's reasonable that we have the capacity to address it. This is how we're going to do it. This is the resources we need to be able to do it. Please help us to concentrate the resource from other areas and bring it down to be able to address it in this way. And to be able to make that communication is to have a, you know, network access line by which that communication can be facilitated and then again amplified by more concentrations of, you know, the voices of all the relevant stakeholders coming in and then ascending it up to the president's, you know, considerations, and for that to be distilled by the, you know, discretion and discernment of the president to say, okay, this obviously needs to have attention. What resources do we have? How can we address this? You know, where's the agency, the capital, and the resource to be able to invest in this and solve for it? And the, you know, main part of the solution isn't necessarily to come in and play savior. It's about empowering the people to do for themselves. And in where they can't do for themselves, how who needs to intercede on their behalf and how much, is reasonable to be able to do that. All these considerations can be brought into a network effect. And then again, I've spoke about it before in terms of what I called the PEACE, which is the president's everything assistant coordinating executive discretion. And it's a means to intelligently inform the president, and then the president intelligently act upon the direct needs of the individuals in society, so that we can have the individual president representing the individual people, but also working directly with because the president is a elected representative, work directly with the representatives of government and the other branches, so that what they are choosing to do is not going to contradict or to infringe upon, the powers of a different, branch of government. And in order to do this, of course, we need to have a fourth branch of government established in the form of civics, where it gives power to the people so that they can communicate directly with the president. And then connects within a system the capacity for the, two group organization of representatives in society, which is in the form of the judicial branch and the form of the legislative branch, those two to be able to connect with each other, so Congress isn't making contradictory laws to what the justice system deems is in adherence to our constitutional integrities, and then cross-checking that, making sure the president isn't stepping out of the bounds of the constitutional integrities, and that this civics branch, that people are living in civil domestic order that is in adherence to their rights and responsibilities as citizens under the terms and conditions of the Constitution. And the entire thing builds on this system to bring a strong central governance to how we go about doing things, but always applying it at the smallest concentration of power as is possible. So it's not the government coming in and doing things to you, but coming in and doing things for you in a way that you are able to do for yourself. These sort of things. But again, bringing the integrity of our systems back down to the family, into the home, into the to the neighborhood, and to the community, and then the local, and the state, and then out to the federal, is going to help us to build a strong sense of continuity that we really are a nation of the people, by the people, for the people. And if our nation was focusing on just following through on the core tenets of the Constitution, promote the general welfare, provide for the common defense, secure our blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, which certainly isn't about bankrupting the future and having this massive deficit because we're not being accountable with our, spending habits and things. All of those things need to be reconciled. And it can be reconciled if we first start with the home. And we make sure that our society is about focusing on building up the integrities of the family unit, which, however your family unit is organized, there's very many different beautiful manifestations of a family unit. But however your family unit manifests itself, there has to be integrity in that. And the core concept of that is to make sure that you are cultivating, happy, healthy people that are living the good life, that understand their rights, understand their responsibilities, have a sense of community, have a sense of purpose and belonging, and a sense that you need to actively participate and contribute to society. And how can you go about doing that in a reasonable way that's consistent with what you have discovered within yourself through experience and lessons and role models and all this stuff? What is right? What is just? What is fair? What is reasonable? What internally is consistent with what you believe is meant for you, in your life and your purpose and why you're here and where you are when you are. And for it to not be contradictory, and for it to also resonate with, echoing from the other side. This is where you belong, and this is where you're meant to be. And to having a sense of listening to that sound that's resonating at this level of your vibe attracts your tribe sort of thing. I call it following your heart song. And it's just knowing who you are inside and what's internally consistent for you. And then listening to where you are being called to service, and to show up and be there, and bring your best, and anticipate the other's going to bring their best, and show up together to be like, we're here in this time and place to do a thing together. Let's make it happen as best we can with the best possible outcomes, right? But the only way to do that is if you're able to cultivate that. And then for society to encourage that and teach that, we need to have more of our education system based off of the sensibilities of integrating your whole self, to be able to self-actualize. Which, if you go into the hierarchy of needs, is like, you have your base needs. You need shelter, you need food, you need water, you need clothing, you need healthcare, you need, friendships, and you need love, and you need all these things, like that hierarchy of basic needs. And then at the top of it is self-actualization. Like, society needs to make sure we have all that stuff so you can self-actualize, because when you're there, you're able to access your human ingenuity at the highest capabilities, and then you really are truly living out your purpose. Society needs to help to do that, which means we need to help people to personally self-develop, do self-development. Like, personal development, education is crucial to the development of society. But a lot of that is, you can't really necessarily conform it into to school in an indoctrinated kind of way. It has to be a welcome invite in these learning spaces and learning opportunities for people to go in and experience what they need in order for them to, explore who they are, and how they consider the world, and how to inform their perspectives, so they're based off of, what is resonant with who they are inside, and that's how they cultivate their sensibilities of hearing their heart song, what's calling to them and compelling them to go in a certain place and to do a certain thing. And then when everybody has that sense of responsibility of showing up where they are meant to be, and everybody is in mutual agreement that we're bringing our best, we're anticipating that the best is yet to come, then you can come into a situation where you come and you meet an individual, and instead of them having reservations about this stranger that I don't know, and then the awkwardness of like meeting a new person or whatever, you just directly get down straightforward to the point, like, let's break the ice, and let's get down to business. This is what we're about. This is why we're here, or like, I don't know exactly why we're here, but I have kind of an inclination, and I'm going to tell you about it. What do you think? Sharing those good ideas. And that's where sparks fly, and, people are inspired by one another, and great ideas are able to manifest into really profound changes in the world in ways that are necessary. We are drawn to each other, to bring about the necessary change in the world. The order of the universe is vibing in such a way, and it's resonant with our souls, and it's calling us to be where we need to be in service. And our heart song, as I call it, is compelling us to be there. And if society is telling us, to not listen to that, and to tune it out, and to base off of conformity, and to be like this next pop culture ideal, or, take on this new fad or challenge or whatever, it's distracting people from like really identifying with who they are. And so instead of being of service of one another and self-actualizing, and achieving our best versions and showing up in the most authentic way possible, which means that we're coherent and we're consistent and there's congruence, and we can build off that, edge of truth that is apparent in all of us when we are being our most authentic selves, then society is leading us astray. It's creating illusions, and it's preventing us from being able to make the right attachments to, base truth and reality that we can share with everybody else. When you're being deceived by people who need to lead you astray away from, the universe's intended purpose for you, then you're becoming these tools of somebody else's, ideas of, I need to use you and exploit you in this way. And then you're becoming victim of, these terrible paradigms that are not consistent with yourself, and you're going to suffer immensely because the universe and karma and, karmatic retribution of time is going to keep trying to pull you back into truth, and it's going to get louder and louder and more painful because you're not going to be resonating with who you truly are. And society hasn't taught you to listen to your heart song, to know who you truly are, or to even tell you that it's okay and give you safe space to do it. So you're rejecting that part of yourself, and then you wonder why the world is filled with so much chaos and confusion and human suffering and pain and intolerance and violence everywhere. Like, it's because we're not being reasonable about our humanness. We lost the connection to our own personal divinity, our own personal spirituality, our sense of, we think that we're just this material flesh vessel that's going around and doing things, not making the connection of like our emotions is actually the physical manifestation of our resonant connection with the outside world, and it's speaking to us a language of consistency, coherency, or incongruence. And that sensibility is helping us to like tune into where we belong, or our sense of like, I don't belong in this space. This isn't right for me. It's like you get that feeling in your gut and like, oh, this is right, or oh, this is wrong, and to be able to listen to it and follow it and make it a logical language by which you can interpret and know the right thing to do. We need to be able to have safe spaces for people to have a home so they can hone in on their sense of self. And then we need to have educational opportunities for people to personally self-develop. And then we need to have proximal spaces in our working, living environments, in our neighborhoods, in our communities, so that we can experience with one another and practice how we show up in the world, so that it becomes more internally consistent. And then we're reflecting with other people, this is what our social contract is. This is what our social cohesion is. This is what it feels like to have community. This is what it feels like to have domestic order. And for it to be a positive resonance instead of a negative one. And then we literally change the world from the inside out. And that has to be our approach to these sorts of things. We can't create laws that are impositions to people that control them and conform them, but then doesn't reasonably explain to them as to why it's justified. Other than because some higher authority says so. That's not enough for people to go off of reasonably and to authentically relate with. They're always going to be questioning and doubting, like, well, it doesn't make sense in my head, And then they're going to be living in this constant state of like inconsistencies and uncertainties and doubts, and that's where fear comes in. And then they're operating off of fear bases instead of confidence. And then that makes them weak to exploitations, and then the exploitive predators come in with their violence and say, oh yeah, I'm all about exploiting the fact that this person is ignorant in this way. And then we just have this entire proliferation of negativity in society, and nothing is going to get better. And then this is the other problem, why it can't just be about the safe home space. It has to go out, locality and move out, is the fact that we have this natural sense of like all of the good people are separating themselves from all the bad people because they don't want to be around the bad people, because you don't want to be in a space where you're not vibing with those other people, or to be influenced badly by those people. But then we have the problem where the bad people, the people who are resonating on this negativity frequency, are not being positively impacted by the resonant tone of good people with good hearts that are resonating on that positivity flow. They're not counteracting one another and complementing one another. So, the negative is there to help the positive understand its space and a place of belonging sort of thing. But also the negativity has to be able to be transmuted into positivity, because, you know, there has to be an oscillation between that. You cannot always stay negative, otherwise things go really, really, really bad. And then it becomes a concentration of it. It becomes over concentrated and overpowering, and then we don't have what is necessary in order for us to be able to stay together yet still be different. And so if the good people are never positively influencing the negative people, and the negative people aren't being able to bring example to the positive people of like where they need to show up in the world to be the best service to transmute the negative energy into positive, then we have more and more factioning in society, and things are going into discord. So it's like good people shouldn't be shutting themselves away and cutting themselves off from the rest of the world, but you know, the negative people need to be able to have positive role models to help shift them out and welcome opportunities of invite to, you know, come into a better situation that we can all thrive on, sort of thing. So there's this social dilemma that exists that we need to reconcile for, and I really believe that the best way to do that is for us to build something together, that in such a way that is not so directly pointing out whether you're good or you're bad. It's like you're human, and this is a human thing that we do together. This is what humans do together. We come together to build these things, you know, these positive innovations, these innovations that exist that help us to live out in society. Like, society builds these things because we need them. And then people from every part of the spectrum come into that and start building it together, and we influence one another. This is what happens already to an extent in schools. It's a way to bring people from all walks of life, everybody together into this one thing, and they work on something together. In this case is like, we're all working on understanding American history. We're all working on understanding, you know, mathematics. We're all working on understanding science. It's a thing we're working on together. And then that type of connection, you know, this is a good thing. It's an imperfect system, and I think it's because we're not putting enough emphasis of the value of education and the value of learning institutions. But if we did, and we recognize its capacity to bring us together from all walks of life and help us to just kind of like distill out and create a natural advantage of a consistency between us, we'll be able to dissolve out a lot of the negativity. But those spaces need to be created intelligently so that we recognize the need for like conflict resolution and opportunities for people to come together where it's, you know, not meant to pit side against side or whatever. It's not competitive. It's constructive. It's more like it's an exploration, not a competition. That sort of thing. And it always brings me back to what I would like us to be able to do with education. Instead of having schools that are, you know, grade school and, you know, middle school and high school and then college and university, rather instead kind of go back how it was in the day where all grades went into the same schoolhouse together. And they all learned subjects, but at their own varying levels, but they learned together. And so that the older, more advanced people were able to teach the younger, and the younger ones were helping the older ones, because the older ones were able to teach a subject, which helped them to learn it even better and remember, keep those, you know, pathways clear and open, break away the cobwebs so it's continuously used. And then also the younger people coming in with new perspectives is like, oh, but I see it this way. And then the older generation be like, oh, wow, I never thought of it that way. And then they learn from each other. And then for the experiences to not be like sit down with a book and regurgitate information and, cut, copy, and paste, sort of thing, but rather experiential learning. Like you do a thing together and you learn together, and every generation is represented there to work together, all the way up to, university level and beyond. Life learners should all be a part. We should be life learners. And this concept, I think, is what's called, I like to call makers malls. And essentially it's just like a mall, all these different various stores you go into, but instead of going in and consuming things, you go in and you create things. You go in and you consider things, and you go in and you immerse yourself in different types of, situations and experiences. And you encounter other people there from various generations, so you're all learning together. It stems a lot from this concept that I learned from one of my favorite books called Things Fall Apart by Achune Chebe. I think I said that name wrong, definitely, but it's a book based off of a fictitious African nation and what happened to them in terms of their entire society being altered because of colonization. Remarkably profound sociology book that is very eye-opening and just very true, and in just a very beautiful story. The way it's told is just very captivating. He was an incredible author, and that book should be a consistent thing for people to read. On a side note of that, bringing it back into the Maker's Mall, every Maker's Mall should be also a public library, for people to read books and be invited into those spaces. But going back to the point of where that connected with everybody in the generations being together, learning together, in that particular book, it inspired me to write a manifesto of sorts in terms of like how American democracy can be turned into more of a direct democracy if we incorporated the social constructs that were exhibited within the I can't remember the name of the tribe, but the tribe that was written within this book. And essentially it's because the structure that they had was that every generation did things together. There was representations of the youngest youth to the oldest people, and everybody had a role to play, and everybody in a way were equals in participation, because the young learned from the old and the old learned from the young, and then they passed along their skills and their knowledge and their understanding throughout the generations. And this helped them create cohesive bonds with one another and helped to make sure that their society reflected the interests of the entire society, and helped to make sure that, the younger generation knew what's going to be expected of them, because they were right there alongside of those people all along, watching them do that work, learning from them, role modeling them, shadowing the work that they do so they could see, okay, this is how it can be accomplished. And then coming in again with their own perspectives to say, well, I would do it this way. And then for the adults to not be like, you're too young to know any better, but just like, oh, I had never thought about it that way. I never considered it that way. And so immediately instituting changes, and then, it goes much further into, I wrote an entire, it's like a white paper of sorts about, how to incorporate, this tribe's structural, sociological, political governance structure into America's governance structure to establish a more direct democracy, which did a lot of informing of my perspective on how we would establish a civics branch of government. But bringing it back into the concept of having these makers malls and needing to have a place where, everybody from all walks of life can come together to be able to, influence one another in a positive way that is serving the best interest in the entire society. So, no one, ideology is taking over, but everybody's informing everyone. And so best practices can be found is to have these makers malls and for us to all come together as lifelong learners in those spaces to learn. And, but then also having like other places in society for us to go and to experience one another through, community events and, places for consumerism, like shopping and eateries and, these sorts of things, places where people can go and experience and do sports and, games and activities and arcades and all this kind of stuff. All these things are needed in society because they're different experiences that we come together and we live out our human experience through. We positively influence one another. We're able to come together and see we're not so different from one another. Like, we may not see eye to eye on everything, but hey, at least we all know what good pizza tastes like, or whatever. The types of things that draw you to specific places is a consistency of our humanity and of our unity, and it reinforces that in a positive way, and it's not to say we shouldn't have walls that are established that distinguish, delineate, and define our very individuated cultural identities and communities. We definitely should have those types of, smaller walls that are set up to separate it, but break away the larger walls that have been distinguished in society that say that, dividing us up by class and by incomes and by race and by, whether you're an immigrant or not. Like, there's so much, isolating off. There's so many gated communities in our society that people are not able to experience others, and so they don't understand others, and so they become fearful of others, and then they look at them as these bad things that need to be managed and dealt with and whatever. And so you're creating a fear that's unnecessary. It reminds me of a book that I read once that really resonated with me, like the sense of that, why it's such a problem for, our unity in society. It was a story about this woman that lived in a gated community, and her daughter was with her, and they drove outside of the gated community and they saw somebody, and it was just a stranger that was like walking in the street or whatever, and the woman's daughter like responded and reacted terrified of this person. And the mother was like, what's going on? Like, trying to understand why their child was like terrified of this person. And then, just with a little talking to her, come to find out that her daughter had not seen a person that looked like that. And this story was in reference to a time of deep segregation where it was just like strict, white people in this community, and opposed to, black people weren't allowed or whatever. And so this young girl had saw a black person, and they were fairly young, and so apparently they had not been exposed to black people very much, and so they saw this very obviously different from them person in a very specific, obvious kind of way, and their response and reaction was terror and fear, which then created this whole situation of worry and concern for the mom. And then the mom had to look at this man like, what is he doing this wrong that is terrifying my child? And, cause this whole unnecessary misunderstanding between everybody, other than the man, because he didn't know any better. He was just walking on the street. But that woman then had to reconcile for her child and explain to her, that's a black man. It's just a person that has a different colored skin than us. And then the woman realized, that the reason why her daughter had that fear was because she didn't know any better, because she lived in this gated community of only everybody else looked exactly like her. Everybody else did exactly the same things. They all had white picket fences, and everybody drove, a car, and everybody had a pet, and everybody had kids, and everything was the same. And so they didn't understand how to recognize something that was different, in a way that was not fear-based, wasn't like uncertainty. And luckily the mother was able to explain in a way that hopefully reconciled for their child to not be fearful of Black people. Just because they have different colored skin doesn't mean there's anything wrong with them, you know? So there wasn't an inherent bias that was embedded into that child. But imagine growing up in a home that reinforced the concept that because somebody has a different colored skin than you, that you need to be racially, you know, discriminate towards them, you know. And it goes on both sides. There's plenty of white households and plenty of Black households and Asian households that discriminate against people that don't look like them because of socially reinforced societal paradigms that have created these insulated pockets of distinguishment that have kept people separate. And there's not enough social cohesion intentionally to bring us all together to say, you know, we're different, but we're the same in a sense of we're still human. We still all live in the same place. You know, we obviously have a lot in common. We have different tastes and aversions, but certainly we have commonalities. There's something that we can agree on. And that's the point where we establish consensus and we develop continuity. And that's really what society was supposed to be, is like our sense of civic duty was supposed to be something that brought us together. Like our patriotism was supposed to be about, you know, love for a country that we all belong to. This is a great place, you know? I love my country. I have this patriotic love and pride for my nation because it's somewhere where I can belong. It's somewhere where they can belong. It's somewhere that you can belong. It's like, that's a national pride and distinguishment. You certainly don't get that if it's like white nationalism. You know, I'm proud white person in America's only for whites, like sort of thing, you know, or America's only for Christians or something like that. It's like, no, our pride comes from the fact that we're all here, all in this together, and we all belong. And, you know, we're an imperfect system. We have a terrible, you know, tainted history, you know, and right now everything is about tarring and feathering anything that looks like it shouldn't belong, and, you know, but putting those things aside, there's still a reasonableness to us in a sense of like, I am really glad that I live here and nowhere else, you know? I'm glad that we have the possibilities of reimagining and rebuilding and reshaping and building out new possibilities for our nation to be able to progress along on a continuum. I'm glad we have that flexibility because that's what keeps us integrity bound, is the sense that we have that flexibility, you know? And while we might have people coming in right now trying to conform us in one certain way and they're going to lead the charge, this is what it's going to be all about, it doesn't have integrity, so it's going to fall apart, you know? It lacks vision. It doesn't know where it's taking us. It's just like, I know where I'm going, follow me sort of thing, but it doesn't inform everybody else about the pathway, you know? It's not, you know, leading a charge and blazing a trail where there was none. It's just saying, I don't, you know, I'll figure it out as I go along, you know, trust that I have good instincts sort of thing, without having any reasonableness of like, this is what I'm trying to get at. Like, I may not know exactly everything, but this is where I'm trying to get at, you know, and then invite everybody else to be a part of the process of helping to fill in the blind spots of the leader that doesn't get to see everything all at once. You know, we all only have our individual perspectives. That's why we should be able to inform it. But I think that that's where the fundamental difference between my perspective of leadership and the perspective of the leadership of POTUS 47, and basically every other politician that exists out there, they have a very, like, they're set in their ways. They know what they're about, and a lot of like their approach is based off of like these weird ideologies that don't necessarily conform with the sensibilities of sociology. It doesn't take into consideration of our sociological paradigm, our economic paradigm, our ecological paradigm, our economic paradigm, you know, our home paradigm. It doesn't bring things down into the integrity core of the family unit. Understanding safe home space is, fundamental to national security, domestic order, and national stability. It doesn't reasonably understand that policy is something that is applicable only befit the times, and that laws are supposed to evolve and change because we're in an ever more perfect union. Like, their political philosophy doesn't have a whole systems approach to integration of these various aspects and ways of being, and it's not complementary to like the natural state and order of the universe, or the natural state and order of how people involve with each other. It doesn't take into consideration the holistic view of like the human being put at the core of everything. And it doesn't mean that they're like wholly bad or they're doing it completely wrong. And it's not to say that like they're completely out of touch with possibilities or reality, or that they're not going to be able to be successful in some ways, and that they're going to do nothing but harm and have no good in it. And it's like, it's not saying any of that. It's saying there has to be able to be a way to establish consensus among all these differing viewpoints into a reasonable truth and base reality that we can share with one another. And for it to be based off of a sense of like, this would be, when you look at it past your biases and, your informed, informed basis of distinguishment and discernment, if you look at just the logics of it, like, this would be the right thing for society to do if we're going to say that America is great, grand, wonderful, ever more perfect union, a free and independent place, leader of the free world, all of these things that we have had people call it before. It ultimately still needs to be a place worth defending, and to be able to defend and justify what we do and why we do it and how we do it in a way that is flexible, to say like, maybe that was what we had to be then, it's not who we're going to be now because things have changed. New variables have come in and we need to adjust the computations to make sure that the outputs are getting at what we're trying to achieve. I think too many people are focused on the process of focusing on, we just need to get the right system in place and then set it and forget it. It's like, sure, systems that you can set and forget are really good, but you have to be able to come back to them and say, are they still producing the outputs that we intended for them to do? Are those outputs even still reasonable? Are they sustainable? Can we continue to do this? Does it really serve the best interests of all parties involved? We have to be able to reconcile that somehow. And I just don't see any, politicians or any great leaders that are out there really taking that type of approach to things. And to me, it's just like, I really think that we need to take on that type of, being present with the times and recognizing where we are on our continuum of progress and where we need to be leading ourselves toward in order to get ourselves to somewhere where we would actually want to go. And then to uphold the integrity so we can continue to say, I have civic pride, I have patriotism, I would do anything, stand up and defend my country, and defend it because it's worth it. And, I love this place and I don't want to be anywhere else. And I really do think we have something positive to be able to offer the world in service of making the world a better place for other people too, and then that's what we establish our foreign policy on. It's like, what can we give as an offering to the world that is worthy of our devotions, that gives to the world something that they very much need, that only we can provide, but does so in such a way that doesn't take away from our capacities to ensure that we are resilient as well. You know, having that type of orientation, I think, is important. We have to have a purpose. There has to be a proper intended use to things that we build. And if we're building a society together, if we're building a body of governance together, which includes the body of our laws that help us to retain a sense of governing, capacities, it has to have some sort of imperative. It has to have some sort of directive. It needs to have some sense of like, this is what we're getting at. This is what we're inspiring people to do. This is what we want people to believe in. This is what we want to encourage. This is what we want to incentivize. These are the things that we will not stand for. These are the things that are not reasonable. These are the things that cannot be tolerated. These are the things that we need to shine light on so that we can dispel the darkness of uncertainty, so everybody can better understand, so we can find an appropriate solution to dealing with this problem, because it's something that is, a risk or a threat to our continuity, these sorts of things. And we need to be able to have a way to bring that all together and call people to service to help in that. But we also need to respect the individual. I know everybody has their own individual lives to live. You can't, in good conscience, worry about all the rest of the world all the time and then not take care of your own self and your own home space and these sorts of things. So we need to build out consistency and continuity at every level of an individual's relationship with the world. And if we have safe home spaces for people to cultivate that, and then we have this sense of our communities are helping us to extend our own sense of self out into the world to find its place of belonging and service, and doing that in a way where it's like, I was saying before, following your heart song, your bliss. This is where I belong to do good service, and when I'm in service in these ways, man, it makes me happy. It's not like a sense of I go out and I have fun and entertainment and distractions and all these other things. That's not what makes you genuinely happy. Sure, those are fun and you do get senses of joy from it, but true joy is this resonant sense of belonging to a community of people, and that you are in service and you're doing good work that's worthy work, and you're positively contributing and participating, and that you make a difference in the world, and that you're valued and you're appreciated and you're cared for. These are all things that we have to reinforce, and we can only really do that when we have a sensibility about what we're doing together in a reasonable way. And so that brings me, to kind of wrap it all up. The reason why I made this video is because I wanted to talk about this really wonderful concept that's a part of the welfaring stewardship, offering that I'm establishing to bring out to the world. And it's this concept of love thy neighborhood. Love thy neighborhood. And of course, it has a religious connotation to it. Most people think love thy neighbor is like, right up there with the golden rule sort of thing. But the concept of love thy neighborhood is if we put people to work to participate and contribute to the development of positive neighborhoods, it could be a really great way to do the, distilling the power of the people of the United States down to the lowest concentration of power at the local level, to make a difference, to really build out a positively reinforced, inclusive society. And so I envision that welfare and stewardship would take on projects that help people to create these, love thy neighborhood projects where we build up healthier, safer communities, help people to, level up their houses and become, healthy, safe home spaces, and then building that consistency out in all of your neighborhoods and in your greater communities, and then just build out from there. I think we would have a positive ripple effect from that. It's something that we could do in a small way. It's a small undertaking that can be done at the local level, and most people can be hands-on, do it themselves, and then just their neighbors helping to invest, and then a few outsiders that are specialty can come in to take care of the things that they need extra support with. But it would have a profound effect on the positivity of society, because you have to also think of it would help people to achieve self-determination, self-sufficiency, self-reliance, to the point where they would become less dependent on supports from outside. And that makes it so there's less that we have to draw on from external resources to help to make sure they have what they need, because they will have it. We're investing in that person establishing independence and self-reliance, and doing that in a way where it's not just one person, but it's everybody. And then the community, you do one, and then you pivot out and you do another one, and you pivot out and you do another one, and you just keep building and building out this, entire grid work of all of these cohesive, internally consistent, safe home spaces within a neighborhood. And then you're employing these neighborhoods to work together to level up their own neighborhoods. But you're doing good work of making us productive in a way that is transacting with one another in a sense of reciprocity. And then we're getting great social benefits out of it. We're getting social cohesion because we're working together. But then you're also being able to draw in funding from an external source, because the larger funding comes into these areas, and then it creates a revenue flow for those local areas. So people have, incomes that are being drawn from the work that they do in their own towns and communities. And then that improves, the local commerce that's going on there. And then that improves the amount of, tax base that gets drawn into there, because it makes these places more alluring to, businesses to come in and to start, attracting productivity to those areas. And then it generates more tax bases, so that those localities and then those states become more self-sufficient. And by doing that, the government could then be doing the great service of drawing down on what those states are going to need and demands for, piecemeal solutions to all these things. It's a holistic, integrity-based way of investing in the resilience, the sustainability, and the welfaring of society, so that over time we pay less and less in those piecemeal solutions, because we invest just a little bit that has a compounding effect to benefit everyone. We already do this concept in the sense of trickle-down economics. POTUS 47 is investing into large corporations and businesses billions of dollars into AI, because that's going to help society, and he sees all this value. And it's like, yeah, but how is that going to trickle down to be able to help the individual person? Don't really see how it's going to, but something like this would directly impact and help everybody, and then build up so much more resilience, so we have more to give to these greater, higher ideals, because the criterion echelon of society has been reinforced with strength and integrity, so you can build upon that strong foundation, and it will be able to hold up so much more. As it is now, you're saying, I'm going to invest $50 billion, $500 billion into AI at the federal level. You're hitching on this massive amount of money into a deficit that, yeah, sure, productivity and stuff, it might be able to create, value for society, but it does nothing to help these people down here. And so you're not really creating value for society, you're creating value for shareholders. And that does not create holistic wealth. It does not promote the general welfare. So to me, it's like, it would be more reasonable to invest money in these sorts of things so that we have more to be able to pay into that without us bankrupting the future. It would be able to help us to draw down the deficit because we require less in these piecemeal solutions that get thrown out everywhere. And then we don't have to infight and argue with each other about keeping programs available and trying to justify to these people that don't care. Like, we need this, it's going to save our lives, it's keeping us alive. They don't care. And then instead of arguing about it and then fighting over whether or not we should still continue to fund this or whether or not they have the right to shut the program down, instead it's like, we're investing into these programs. This should be a consistency thing that we do. Like, this is a part of our new organization of social safety nets. We provide provision, accommodate, steward, and support the criterion echelon of society. We do so in a way of doing these I love thy neighborhood programs, which is all about helping to create, consistency, coherency, and stability, domestic order, and, the propagation of, posterity or prosperity for our posterity throughout the entire United States. And then we will need less for other programs. And then those programs can be phased out. But this could be an auxiliary system to help to phase those sorts of things out. And it does so in such a way that helps to create healthy, happy, internally consistent people that can have a sense of pride for country, because it is a place worth defending, because nowhere else in the entire world is there a nation full of so much potential that capitalizes on possibilities in these ways and then lives out an internally consistent way of adhering to its basic tenets of its constitution, its founding principles, its core source code, right? We would be able to do that. We're not going to be able to do it if we're investing only in these large corporations or giving them subsidies to keep and prop them up, because we're not a nation of corporations. We're a nation of people, and we need to turn the focus away from investing in these corporations and taking from the people to fund those, essentially putting the people on the hook to have to pay for, taxpayers have to pay for this, and it's not reducing the tax burden for the everyday people, it's reducing the tax burden for the deviant echelon, these extremely intensely, excessively wealth hoarding, deviant echelon of society. They're getting the tax breaks while they're also getting the, tax incentives or the, government subsidies and stuff. So who's paying for it? It's the shrinking middle class, who is shrinking because their dollar is becoming less spendable. You get less bang for your buck. And then the increasing impoverished part of society that these people still have to pay to survive. And then we're creating a debtor's prison and a debtor's society, and it's enslavement to a system that's rigging everything into favor of very few people, and something that's not producing outcomes that benefit anybody else in the rest of the echelon of society. Not fair. But I do want to say just a couple things in relation to this in terms of why it's valuable, because what this is talking about is doing some very important things that government should be able to do, and that policymakers should be consciously considerate of when they determine how they're going to do a thing and what sort of things they're going to do, and the reasoning behind it. It has to be based off of handling our economy in a way that actually leverages it to accomplish the things that we want to get done. So it has a proper intended use and an internally consistent outcome that is not contradictory to our source code, principled tenets of the Constitution. It takes care of the issue of inflation and rising prices, again, more bang for the buck sort of thing, and making sure that we're having wages that are actually paying people out how much they're worth and what they do. I don't see society as being reasonable when you're paying people, wages for hourly work as if they're a cog in a machine, and this is how much I'm going to pay you to be a warm body to fill a role. It should be based off of paying people what they are worth, and we need to adjust our employment system to be based off of paying people for what they're worth. That would get more productivity and more value out of people, because if you're getting paid what you're worth, you're certainly going to make sure you're more talented and more worth more, right? And then making sure that, the cost of things goes down as more people are able to afford stuff, but we're also able to provide more of the things that people need so that we're not infighting over it. And so you need to have the right balance of productivity and creation of consumer goods, as well as a productive society that has the financial capacity to buy those items without having to go in debt. We need to reverse the debtor system that we're in, and that you can't build credit unless you go into debt. That whole system is a perversion and is a lot of the reason why we have such a huge deficit, because we can't operate off of deficit spending, robbing Peter to pay Paul, bankrupting the future to pay for now, these sorts of things. So we need to shift that type of mentality, and you pay people what they're worth, and those people will be worth more, and so you get more productivity out of them. And the more productivity is a generation of higher value, and it's not just value for shareholders, it's value for all stakeholders, everybody involved. And then there's more people are able to participate and contribute to society and into economy, and so you're going to get more fluidity between it. And then that variable of moving and transacting is what helps to keep the price of everything down. In a general sense. I mean, this is not a perfect equation, exact, but that's the system by which you can keep things moving, and that movement and that constant shifting of, values and capital, and it's sharing and moving it around, and it's paying what's proper to those who are generating the value instead of the people who are sitting in boardrooms. You're keeping the system of value at the level of where it's actually being created and generated, and that's where it's spent the most. And then you have what would be able to be a stable economic system. And then, the concept of tariffs, can I just say this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Tariffs are supposed to be an instrumental leveraging in order to help to advance the initiative of creating a more cohesive, productive society where it's in a system of reciprocities and mutual benefits, mutual interests, mutual securities. And then when necessary, you can use that leverage as a pinpoint precision way to get people to make changes that they may not be so willing to do intentionally on their own. It's not a way to bully people and force people into compliance because we hold all the power and you got to do what I say. What are you going to do? Come against us? Which is how the POTUS 47 regime is using tariffs as like a tool to do violence and exploitation on people. It's wrong. So tariffs are supposed to be this capacity for us to work with one another. It's supposed to be like extending an olive branch, and when necessary, sometimes it's just the stick, And then the concept of immigration, very brief, because I've talked about this a lot before, and I already am very set in my interpretation of immigration. It is the pride and prestige of our nation. And that may not be how it's playing out in reality right now, but that's what it is, and that's what it ought to be, and that's what it should be, and that's what it could be, and that's what we need to be working towards. But the concept of illegal immigration or person being illegal or whatever, that just needs to be gotten away with, We no longer have to consider people to be legal or illegal. I think the better way to approach it, in the more reasonable way, is to say integrated or non-integrated. Which means that these people have come in by means of intelligently following our consistency plans, a golden door of opportunity we've created for them to enter through, to integrate into society in such a way that everybody has agreed we are perfectly fine if you want to come in through this golden door of opportunity. We've already established this. Welcome. We're glad to take you in. We like having more people to come to our country because the more, the merrier. You're here to help us fulfill our internally consistent purpose of becoming welfaring stewards. Come on, we need all hands on deck, you know? And then there's the people who are non-integrated, which means that they chose to come in by means other than the golden door of opportunity. And when that happens, you kind of put us in a pickle that we have to be aware of who's in our country. We have to know why you're here, what you're about, what are you doing while you're here, you know? And are you here to hurt us or to harm us, or are you here to help us, you know? Because if you're here to help us, we want to welcome you into an opportunity you can thrive on, you know? And if you're just here because it's like, I want to go to America because it seems safer to be there than it is back home, yeah, sure, that's the case. But we need to keep it safe here, and the only way to do that is if you come in through the appropriate integration process, you know? And instead of villainizing and attacking them, it's like, oh, you're a non-integrated person. Pivot the door of opportunity, place it right in front of them where they're at, meet them where they are at, and say, enter in this golden door of opportunity of integration, and we are happy to welcome you into this situation you can thrive on along with all the rest of us. And if you choose not to, and we find that you're hiding from us, there's something to be questioned here. Well, why don't you want to integrate with us? You know, you want to be here, but you don't want to integrate with us. Why? Are you afraid? Are you ignorant? Do you just not understand? You know, are you here to do something, you know, devious? You know, are you trying to be a hooligan? You know, are you trying to stir up trouble? Like, we don't know. We need to find you, and we need to have a conversation with you about it to know. And so we should be able to have a sensibility about all of us that says non-integrated people need to help us understand their intent. And if their intentions are not good, then we need to weed them out because they're unlikely to positively contribute and participate to society in a way that helps us to retain our internally consistent relationship with having immigration as a part of our prestige, you know? And if people come in and they've made some mistakes, reintegration back into society has to be a part of the process too, you know? Especially because imagine, put yourself in the shoes of an immigrant coming to America, totally different world from where they've been for nowhere else is like America. We are very unique. But you have to also think that these people are coming here and they don't know what to expect. And if we're not creating a welcoming situation for them, yeah, they're probably going to be hiding because they don't know. They don't know anything else. Imagine it just like the story I was telling you about that little girl that was in the, you know, gated community. She didn't know what a black person was, so when she saw one, she freaked the fuck out. Excuse my language. But she didn't know. And she was terrified. And had her mom not been there to explain to her, it's okay, there's nothing to be afraid of, and this is just a different type of person. She could have grown up with this like whole internalization of this fear and this terror, and then, you know, met with a black person out on the street. She could have freaked out and then created this whole situation of problems that didn't need to exist because it's just a misunderstanding. So that's why the integration has to be welcoming to these people. It has to be a welcome golden door of opportunity. And then when you find people that have come in without directly entering through the doors that we have established along every border point of entry, then you bring a golden door to them. And you say, you know, this is where I like to call it, you got to turn ice into nice. ICE as it is right now is like a secret police, and it's absolutely terrifying and, you know, not something that the free world should ever condone. And it shouldn't have existence in its current state. But transmuting that into something that's positive, turn ICE into nice, is like they would be the ones that go in and bring that golden door of opportunity to people, welcome them into a situation they can thrive on, and say, we're here for your best interests at heart. We have the best interests of America at heart too, you know, and we're here to help to welcome you into that situation. And to do so in such a way as like, we're not trying to fear base you. or criminalize you or, you know, try to make you feel like you're a lesser than human being or something like that. No, it's nothing like that. It's just like, we need you to understand what you're getting into when you come to America. You know, we really have to focus on making sure that this is a place worth defending. And so we have to uphold the integrities of our nation. And so we have to make sure that those who come in here are about helping to uphold that, you know? And I've talked about it before in other videos, more about this in terms of like the actual, I called them immigration treks, ways for this golden door of opportunity to actually integrate people into the systems, help to welcome them in, give them work to do that isn't taking jobs away from, you know, regular everyday Americans, and in fact actually creates more work opportunities for regular everyday Americans as we build out what I call gateway cities, which is a part of the City of Cities program, which is like the larger template of the I Love Thy Neighborhood projects. It's just creating, you know, templates for every city to have, you know, consistency in terms of services that help us to have a resilient domestic order and make sure that everybody's, you know, community has what they need in order to provision, accommodate, and steward the needs of society and create those opportunities of social cohesion. But the Gateway Border City of Cities is about creating an entire city that immigrants can come into to first integrate and then come in to the next phase of integration into cities and towns across the nation, instead of just throwing them in with, you know, like, you know, maybe like a foster family sort of thing that kind of like, you know, will represent you and help you to like have some sort of basis of belonging, you know, in the neighborhood or whatever. And then bringing these people in totally, you know, unknown situations. And then it could be a scary thing for people. Not everybody's going to take that full charge confidence, you know, sort of thing. Some people might, some people won't. But if you bring them into a community to which like everybody else in that community is exactly who you are, they're exactly where you are and they've been where you were. And again, like every age level's teaching each other and integrating each other. And, you know, Americans coming in and saying, this is what it's going to be like when you come into the full meridian of the rest of the United States. We want you to come in with the best opportunity for success, because we don't want you to come in and fall through cracks and then all of a sudden, you know, your presence is a problem. We want you to flourish so that you can be a positive contributor and participant. And so it's not an internment camp. Hell no. And it certainly is not some sort of confinement or restriction or anything like that. These are living, thriving, beautiful, consistently, you know, positive productivity cities, like places people would want to actually go. And they're great buffers for people to come in and say, you know what, maybe America is not the way for me because I don't even want to leave this space. Maybe they just want to stay there. Or maybe they want to just do a little bit of work there to be able to help create value that they can bring home to their own families. Because a lot of people come to America and they don't necessarily want to be here, but this is where the work is and money opportunity is. They come here and they work and they separate from their families, send money home to them to help to support them, because that's the system that they found to be able to work to help them. But maybe they don't even want to be here. And so this would be a system to make it so maybe you don't have to be so far away from your family. Maybe it's a place where your whole family can come. You know, we have more than enough room in America to be able to make these sorts of integrating cities for people to come into as a gateway opportunity to fully integrate into the rest of America if you want to, or to return back home, you know, if that's what you feel is the best. But it's also an opportunity to bring people in to help them to gain stability and security and a sense of like how to run an internally consistent society and civic order and these sorts of things. And those skills of experience that they have, they can take them back to their communities and start building out and reinforcing, you know, a weeding out of corruption in their own cities, so maybe they can go back home, because maybe the only reason why they left was because there was too much corruption and violence and not enough stability and, innovation and infrastructure. They can learn the skills to do that. If enough of them learn that in these, gateway cities, they can go back together to do that good work to help transform those into places that are livable. So there isn't a worry about immigration and people fleeing these terrible situations, because those situations have now been made good. And it's something else that we Americans could outsource to the rest of the world, is the sense of building out these city of cities in a template way, that we take what we know we've perfected because we've built it out in all of our own cities, and we're constantly imagining and inventing new ways to achieve best practices. We can pass along, in the hand-me-down effect, like I was saying, these innovations, and bring them to these other developing nations with the people who have come here to learn the ways of building these city of cities. And Americans can go there and help to install this and help, integrate everybody else in that community. And we can build out this sense of welfaring stewardship in every single, neighborhood and city and locality and nation across the world, and it would be stability, it would be resilience, it would be a way for people to live an ever more healthy, sustainable, just, and peaceful way of life. There would be consistency amongst all nations, of all people are like, they understand what welfare and stewardship is, and we are all together working together to convert the skeptics into believers, because they see for themselves how amazing this is, how much potential it has to do good, and we solve for the problem of like massive hordes of people coming here in desperation to flee a terrible situation, because we are helping to solve for the terrible situation by making things better, and not going in there with force and guns and saying, we're going to regime change this place, and nothing like that. No, we're going to go in there and we're going to welcome that place into a situation they can thrive on. We're going to come in like an industrious, positive contributor, and invite them into a welcoming situation with this potential of, development that could help them to achieve a better way of life for themselves, and then to help the people themselves who, let's say, they are all disempowered by these corrupt, predators that have, gained control of the area, and these people don't have power to overpower them or whatever, and this violence is what they were fleeing. You can go back in there and empower the people so they can stand up for themselves against those people. It's not going in there and giving them weapons to go start a war and fight with each other, but it's saying like, we're building up everything that's necessary to have resiliency, to be able to, like I was talking about before, is like being the positive internal consistency, so that you can block out the negativity and then hopefully transmute it by being a positive influence. Teach those people who have been, for whatever reason, distorted in their worldview to think that violence is the answer to living a lifestyle, to make them see that there is a better way. Show them there's a better way. Show them that human rights and dignity and prosperity and the good life, and in a sense of happiness and thriving, is something that everybody deserves, everybody should want, and everybody needs it. And guess what? We have the means to provide it, and we can do this in these intelligent, innovative, expansive, welcoming ways. And America could outsource that, and that could be our way of establishing foreign relationships with nations, to kind of like replace what the Trump administration has dissolved from years of soft power established for us doing goodwill services to other nations, of helping them to, combat disease and plague, and helping to rebuild and help them to establish infrastructure and bring, developments in, and helping them to establish economy and ties to, the digital realm and connectivity, and bringing them into the 21st century and all of these things. All of these things have now been broken down because the Trump administration doesn't see value in it. They just see it as, we're spending money on other people. And, again, it's the deviant echelon is like, we're the ones paying the most taxes, so we don't want to have our money to go to that because we don't see value in it, and they just want to cut those programs. So I don't think we're ever going to be able to recover what has been lost, but we can build anew back with something that is far more intelligent, and again, very specific and directive in a purposeful way. And welfare and stewardship can be that thing that we give as an offering to the world. This is something that can start here in America, but then can just grow throughout the world. And it'd be a great way for us to achieve what many people in the world have already decided we need to do. From every corner of the world has said, we need to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals authored by the United Nations. We need to be able to retain, safe operating space for the planet Earth and our planetary boundaries. And we need to help to establish, peaceful accord among all nations, so we can all just kind of get along. Everybody wants to achieve world peace. What I'm offering here is a actual, legitimate, viable way for us to be able to achieve an imperishable peace, a continuum of imperishable peace, a way for us to approach intentionally, a way to solve for all of these conflicts that we have because we misunderstand how to get along with one another. It gives us something to come together on, a commonality, a mutuality in a reasonable way. With that, I do want to touch on the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza. First of all, I want to address the war in Gaza because I am very disturbed by the images that are coming out of seeing the Palestinian people that are being eradicated with a forced genocide against them, and for the weaponization of starvation in order to kill off an entire population, and then killing people who are seeking food, killing people in places where they've found refuge in a storm of violence around them. The images that I have been seeing lately of mothers holding their emaciated children to the point where they're like skeletons with skin. And I'm not okay with this wickedness of the world. Israel has fallen from grace. And the best way to start solving for this is to recognize the Palestinian state and to start establishing corrective mechanisms to help to positively reinforce the welfaring of all people involved. which includes making both the perpetrator of genocide, Israel, to be made whole, and for the Palestinian state to be made whole. This is not going to be a simple, easy, overnight process, but it has to be exactly what we determine and we say with all certainty that is exactly the outcome that we are going to achieve, and we are going to find the reasonable course of action to achieve it, and we're going to make sure this is in the best interest of all parties involved, and that we are not going to allow for humanity to be drugged down to a fall from grace by people who have lost their way. We need to make sure that both these nations are made whole and that they are able to reconcile with one another a peaceful accord. I do have in another video something that I have suggested as a potential resolution to conflicts even of this massive scale. Something that I call the Iron Maiden. It is a way to be able to intentionally create a situation by which all parties involved are entered into to be able to stop the immediate conflict and violence, and then have a workable solution to unbind them from the forcible controls that have to be placed upon them to prevent them from causing harm to themselves and others. This is the only way, it's the only way that's reasonable. I want to make sure that that end result would be that America is able to, with confidence and internal consistency, have a positive relationship with the Palestinian state and with Israel. And that we can become friends and collaborators and working together as co-creators of an imperishable world peace together. And that has to be what we're intending to do together. And if we can't at least come together in terms of that's what we're going to work on together, then we will have to step in as an interceding force on their behalf, because they have lost their way of being able to look at the world in a reasonable way, knowing that there's just bounds and limits to everything, and that we must pursue things in a peaceful manner. And that I believe this is something that all nations of the world that have sympathies for this entire situation, that understand what happened on October 7th was wrong, that understand what is happening today in Gaza is wrong, and that we need to reconcile that with a peaceful accord and approach it in such a way that is not about more violence, but about healing. And I believe all reasonable nations of the world want to see an end to this conflict that is reasonable, just, fair, and right. And I believe that they can come together at the negotiating table along with America to say, we're going to approach this in the conflict resolution of the Iron Maiden, and we are going to put both parties into that who are directly in conflict, and we're going to help them to find a way to turn those points of contention that are preventing them from being able to continue on at what they're doing, and turn them into leverage points by which they can, from this, grow stronger in the direction of that continuum of imperishable world peace. And it seems vague and generalized, but that's how I have to start, because in the specifics, I don't know the details of everything. And I am not in a position of power to determine what our foreign, relationship with these other nations are going to be. But I am saying from a general sense that I believe that that's what our purpose and intent needs to be. That needs to be what is the guiding influence in the back of our heads and all of our decision making with it. And ultimately, we need to accept that it is not okay. What is happening is not okay. And that it does need to have a resolution. And that resolution does need to be peace. And peace looks like no human suffering. And that nobody is put at a disadvantage. And that we recognize that in order for these people to live peacefully together, they need to understand boundaries. Boundaries are the safe space by which that we can all get along. And that needs to be established in such a way where we recognize how to do that in a reasonable way. And this Iron Maiden is a reasonable way to do it. It's a way to calculate with precision, a way to approach resolution of these conflicts. But that then brings me back to the concept of Ukraine and Russia's war on Ukraine. Russia's wrong to approach their consistent abuse of their powers to inflict pain on their neighbors because they can in their beliefs. And that sense of they have the power to do that is resulting in an immense amount of human suffering and unnecessary destruction. And it doesn't need to go on this way. The end result is not going to be a stronger, more powerful, more unified, Russia. It's going to be a continuum of negative outcome consequences that are going to deteriorate and eat at the core of that nation. And it is going to cause disintegration. And that it's going to become harder and harder for them to retain consistency and stability, because what they're doing is becoming worse and worse. This is the same exact thing that Israel is experiencing right now. You're going to have more and more people dissent, and it's the same concept that comes from the book The Prince, which explains that it is much harder for you to have to control everybody when you're doing harm to them. And you only have so many resources. And then there's eventually going to be a point in time where you have less resources that you can draw from to use as power against the people who are dissenting. And that's going to eventually dry up. And then when you don't have that, the dissenters are going to then turn on you. And things are not going to be pretty. I'm pretty sure this happened to Russia once before, And so that needs to be reconciled to them in a way that's intelligent, to say, like, if you really care about your mother Russia and you want it to be this great and powerful and very well respected and accomplished country, you need to do so in such a way that is not working out of the best interest of your nation. It is in the best interest of your nation to have peaceful accord with those who are your neighbors, because their sovereignty and their integrity is a positive reinforce for your own sovereignty and your own integrity. And that the identity of those who are your neighbors helps you to be so much more prestigious. It helps to delineate and define you. In your, capacities and all of these things, it helps to keep you differentiated. It keeps you unique. So a simulation of everybody into one massive nation, it doesn't make sense, because it does the disservice, especially because the way that you're doing it, how you're doing it, is a complete contradiction to the notion that you are worthy of being defended. And there's going to be a limit to that, a very hard limit to that. And you're going to reach that limit. And when you do, the consequences are going to be dire, they're going to be exact, they're going to be extreme, and it is not going to be a good outcome. And it's going to be self-inflicted. So intelligent, strategic, empire building sort of mentality would say internally consistent integrity, you know, that's what it's going to take to be able to manage a massive country, you know, without it leading to revolt. These weird, perverse ambitions of, you know, possessiveness over land, and, you know, a sense of like you have to assimilate everybody to some cultural, you know, indoctrination of a very narrow way of being, and these sorts of things is like, it dilutes the value of the thing that you're supposedly advancing, you know? It's the same thing that's happening with Israel. They're getting this big ego and operating off of that ego of like, we're some sort of chosen people that we get to do whatever we want and there's no consequences. And it's like, but there is, you know, your reputation is terrible. Your reputation is tyrannical, and it's terrorizing, and not in a way that's intimidating and fear-based, like, you know, as if, you know, fear is respect. That doesn't equate. It's fear-based, like, based off of the disappointment of the fact that you have this massive opportunity to be this incredible force for good in the world, you know, and the beautiful history of Russia and the culture and the amazing people that are there. If they were fostered in a welcome opportunity they can thrive on, Russia would be amazing to do all these things. But the world instead now just looks at Russia as this big bad bully that wants to come and take over the rest of the world and tell them, be like us or else, you know? Resistance is futile. And it's just a lot of ego-based and, you know, like a shifting of the stories and then a silencing of dissent so that their sense of what the story should be is all that prevails, and these sorts of things. In the meanwhile, like, you know, silencing dissent and then harming people who dissent against that, like, that doesn't seem like expansive. It doesn't seem like an expansive dominion that they're establishing. It's a very narrow one. You know, it doesn't matter how much land you hold, you have a very, very tiny worldview. And it's very limiting. And the types of experiences that you're able to have are limiting. You're limiting the experiences that your people get to have. You're limiting the experiences that your government gets to have. You're stifling innovation. Those aren't things to base your reputation on. There's nothing to be proud of, you know? And it seems more reasonable, you know, Israel and Russia both together to, you know, recognize that violence is not going to make them friends. It's not going to promote goodwill. And it's not based off of truth because, you know, their justifications for what they're doing changes all the time. And they have to constantly lie to their people to convince them that it's okay that their government is doing things to them and taking from them so they can fund these, you know, never-ending wars, you know, never-ending conquests to nowhere. You know, it just doesn't make sense. And you know, then of course going back to the absolute atrocities that are being committed against humanity, like every single day my heart is with Ukraine. Like, the Ukrainian people are inspiring to me of their fortitude and their resilience and their capacity to continue on despite this massive bombardment from a much larger force. Man, they're holding their own. And you know, that says something about the human spirit is very strong in these people. And I'm proud of them for standing their ground and standing up for themselves against these predators that would come in and try to take away their sovereignty. But I think of the victims, the countless victims that happen every single day, those who both lose their lives in terms of becoming deceased, and those who lose their lives in terms of becoming deeply traumatized. Like, think of them all of the time, and consciously considering how best to approach being able to make them whole again, which also is about helping to make Russia whole again, so they don't feel like this need that has to be fulfilled by conquest and conflict and war. Because it's not even out of a hatred for their enemy, it's a desire to have something that they think they don't have. It's like, no amount of money, power, influence, or land is going to satiate their hunger for something that they're missing out on, because they are not weighing and measuring what actually matters. They're not paying attention to, man, if you just cultivated what you already have, you would be rich beyond measure. You would be blessed with so much goodness if you just focused on your own home, But the Ukraine people, the people of Ukraine are suffering from the inadequacies of temperance on the part of Russia. And it's testing the measures of Ukraine being able to uphold their own sovereignty. And it's putting people in a situation that they never should have been put in, and making hard and difficult decisions. And I believe, again, that the solution to this is to establish the Iron Maiden and have both Russia and Ukraine enter into it. And it's entering into a relationship of resolution and redeeming the time and reconciling the conflicts of interests and solving for the misunderstanding that's between everybody and coming to a common accord, which is going to be in part by helping them to find their place in the story of humanity that helps them to retain their pride and their prestige, but their pride in a sense of actually deserved pride, healthy pride, not arrogance. And a way to realize this consistent narrative that we should be sharing with everybody is a uniting of all nations into this mutual agreement, this paradigm of the world that says we are all on this one planet, and there's no planet B. Open your eyes and see. You know what I'm saying? We have to come to terms with that, because whatever the differences we have right now that are creating these conflicts, or this dislike for certain peoples or whatever, and all this negativity, and all these limitations, and all of those things are going to compound, and it's going to get worse, and the situation is going to become more desperate, and it's going to become less of us being able to anticipate what others are going to do. And then we have the problem of, we don't know what these people are going to do when they all have their buttons on nuclear bombs. The situation has become very, very dire, and it's going to be like a hair trigger situation of everybody holding guns to each other's head, and the end result's not going to be so great. But the problem that we're all facing, that we all need to work towards resolving together, is the problem of climate change. And climate change, not in a sense of, what people are trying to make out to be some sort of hoax or whatever, but the climate is changing, our earth is shifting, and the environment is adapting to the human impact that we are creating. And those, natural planetary adaptations is what a living entity does in order for it to have a continuum of survival. But it's not conscious of the fact that it's making changes in places that, you know, things were pretty stable for a long time. Those changes are happening. Sometimes they're fast and sometimes they're slower, but the impacts are coming in and they're real. And human civilization has been built off of the consistency of the planet retaining this, you know, regulated temperature, normalized, you know, sea levels, a certain amount of ice that is kept in the ice caps, temperate temperatures, a consistent transitioning of the seasons, you know, a certain specific consistency of our water cycle systems and these sorts of things, different types of species, you know, working together in cohesion. All of these systems are being destroyed and broken down. And because of that, our way of life is being disturbed. We built on consistency. We built on a sense that, you know, we have oceanfront property, and then eventually that oceanfront property is going to become underwater, and stuff that is more inland is going to become oceanfront property as the seawater level rises. I mean, I just read something about having the First Nation willingly migrating away from their homeland because their island within the next, you know, 25 years is expected to be wholly consumed and taken underwater, and so nobody can live there anymore. That's a real thing that's happening. That is proof that climate change is happening. That is evidentiary proof that climate change is real and that it's altering the planet in such a way that we're not going to be able to live how we thought we were living before. And the manifestations of it come in these variable different ways, but it all equates to the same thing, that things are changing and we need to be responsive to it. We need to become malleable, adaptable, mobile, efficient, sustainable, resilient, and we need to do so in a sufficient way befit the times. We need to be more responsive to it. We don't have time for infighting and fighting over, you know, land and resources. We need to come together to start making sure that we are establishing the connectivities and the capacities to make sure everybody gets what they need so we can all survive and make it through this. We have to very much think of this kind of like the allegory of Noah's Ark, right? In the Bible, there's a story to help humanity think of what it would take in order for everybody to preserve life given a massive cataclysmic alteration of the way we used to live. In that sense is that we have to preserve life and make sure that life can go on. That's why they had, you know, one of or two of every animal in order for them to breed and propagate. So that's a continuum of the species. And that we needed to have every single animal represented so nobody gets left behind because they're all important, you know. And then have, you know, people themselves understand the responsibility and take responsibility for the stewardship of the preservation of that life, and to build an ark that can help to survive these alterations. And that's what we need to do now. You know, metaphorically, an ark, the planet is an ark already as it is. And civilization is kind of like our capacity to build that ark. And it's about helping to make sure that we can make it through, even if there's these large cataclysmic events as Earth does its natural thing of adjusting its systems to correct for the impacts that, you know, have been caused to it, that have taken it out of balance. It's self-correcting to get back into a balance. As it shifts in that way, we have to adapt with her. You know, Mother Earth is doing her thing. We have to adapt with her because we can't stop her. We can't prevent her from doing her thing, but we can mitigate the impacts and we can help to adapt ourselves to better live with the state of the world as it is. And we can do intentionally less damage so that we're causing less of the need for planet Earth to make those shifts and accommodations, right? Which is about, drawing down on the human impact in the right ways, the right time, in a comfortable conservation. We're not trying to go back to primitive times. We are trying to get us back into that safe operating space of planetary boundaries. And that we're creating together this sense of how do we preserve life on Earth in such a way where it doesn't become a more and more desperate situation, and that nobody gets left behind. Because we're going to find that we're going to need each other. We already do. It's just we have misinterpreted the sense of, our geographical distance to keep us thinking that we're separate from one another, or these arbitrary human constructs of class and creed and, economic standing or whatever that we've, used and created to keep the categories of people. Like, those things are not what even matters when you look at the reality of the situation, in terms of like the purpose to life. It's not about any of those things. It's about finding a way to keep on living, and once we come to the realization that that's everybody's responsibility and we all decide, we're going to work on this together, and that becomes our collective human story that we're all telling together, it's much easier for us to let go of, silly infighting and conflicts. It's easier for us to heal the rifts that have been created over time because of the proliferation of conflicts. It helps us to be able to come together here on Earth as one planetary family on a continuum of achieving an imperishable world peace, meaning that we need to not perish and we need to live in peace. And that those two things have to go hand in hand with one another, because we're only getting, nobody's making it out of here alive, but we need to keep on living as a species, as a people, as a planet, and to see ourselves not as, people living on a planet, but we are part of the planet. We are, just as much of a part of this living organism of the planet Earth as any other plant or animal species that exists out there. Or, any organic or inorganic material out there. We all are one planet. And we all belong. And we, as the most intelligent, capable, and fortunately compassionate and spiritual and emotional species on the planet, it is our responsibility, our purpose, our duty to steward this planet. To become well-faring stewards, planetarian stewards, and to work together towards peaceful, a continuum of peace together. That's like, we have to do that, because things will only get worse if we don't focus on that. And it doesn't matter what sort of piecemeal solutions we come together about in any other way, if we don't find a continuum of consistency and consensus building of our narrative, and choose to opt into that, as our way of life, our ontology, our human story. It doesn't matter what things we're doing, our ambitions, none of that stuff matters if we can't save the environment. Everything will eventually cease. And it's not going to all happen at once. And because it's not going to happen at once, things will become compoundingly worse. And we will be creating hell on Earth, when our job is to create Eden, recreate Eden here on Earth. We are supposed to make Earth paradise. you know? Every religion, if you're religious, which I'm not religious in any form, I'm a spiritual person that highly respects religion as this way to help to guide people to this sense of a continuity of peaceful accord with one another, how to live righteously, in a wicked world. But the concept of religion saying that we're supposed to be able to create paradise, like paradise is where we're all going to. That's the end state, right? And that's what we're trying to get towards. But from my understanding of religions, as it's come to be very clear to me, all of them resonate with the same notion that it's our responsibility to create heaven on earth. That what we're supposed to do is to come to the internal, redemption of the fact that, we are wicked people in a wicked world, turn ourselves into righteous people, and then do the good work of redeeming the world from its wickedness and to restoring Eden. And that's like our job and our purpose. And to do that, we do it through welfaring stewardship. We recognize that we are all one and we're all moving in one direction, and we all need to do the same thing. The same purpose is applied to all. The same, responsibilities and duties apply to all in this general sense of this is our planet, man. And again, there's no plan B. Open your eyes and see. And I know that as soon as we start focusing on that with conviction, that all the other aspects of things and the petty infighting can easily go away. We don't have to come to any specific negotiating table and hash out our individual problems that have been created in these momentary flare-ups of, violence, done to other people and other nations and whatnot. Again, we need to have direct corrective mechanisms for conflict resolution, but that will only be effective and long-standing and taken seriously if it's done within a larger paradigm. So like the Iron Maiden, as I was saying before, we have to think of our planet as like an Iron Maiden, and it is got a lot of pressures that are coming in on us. And unless we start working together to turn those pressures into leverages so that we can leverage the best opportunity for our, collective survival, none of us are going to make it out of this thing alive, in a sense of not just, everything that lives eventually dies, but like we're going to experience a cataclysm that's going to wipe us off the face of the earth. And it's not going to be a good thing. All the things that you enjoy now, all the pleasures, all the joys, everything that you know and love is going to be gone in an instant. And it doesn't have to be that way, and we can stop it and we can change it. And all it's going to take is us accepting responsibility that that's what we got to do and start doing the good work to change it. And, start leveraging our capacities, work with each other, instead of fighting with your neighbors, for Christ's sakes, empower them so that they got your back too. Because you never know when something's going to happen and you're going to need them, And so I really think that, as like optimistically naive as that might sound, it really is taken with a deep consideration of the potentials and the possibilities, and really understanding what it's going to take in order for us to set things right and move in a better direction. This is talking about how to achieve that imperishable world peace, how to set our trajectory to get there, how to put us on that continuum, how to keep us in alignment, how to keep us in well-grooved, established tracks to get us there, and how to, proceed and trek out the ways by which we can do that, And I know that it's not going to be, great world leaders are going to come and save the day. It's going to be everyday individuals that are going to make the difference. But we definitely need the participation of the, great leaders and the great governments of the world and the great nations of the world to come together to help to bring everything together as a force for good, to help to make sure that we're all able to make the difference, how we can. And to make sure everybody understands that, it's not always going to be easy. It's not always going to be comfortable, and there is going to be challenge, and we are going to have to put hard work in, and everybody's going to have, it's all hands on deck. Everybody has to be involved, participating and contributing. And that's going to be a difficult thing to work out, especially for those who are going to be a part of the deviant echelon, who are selfish and inconsiderate of the fact that, we're all in this together. And so there's going to have to be a greater force of, intervening on our behalf in order to make sure that we are put into a position of understanding that some things, you have to do because it's the right thing to do, and it's government's responsibility to help people to see that this really is the right thing to do, so that while people may be, stubborn and not like to change, and, maybe resist that change, or, are being overly selfish and don't want to change because they like the way things are, we have to have a responsible, mature adult in the room to step up and say, this may not necessarily be where you want to go, but it is where you have to go, and the end result is going to be something that is in your favor, and it is going to be a good thing, especially for the fact it is actually redeeming you from being a deviant echelon where you're selfish, and it helps you to become, less self-centered and more soul-centered and connected with everybody else in a consistent way. It helps you to be a part of society, and I think that as difficult as that work is, and as challenging as it is, especially with the stubbornness of the world, it's not an impossible task. And I think that if it's done the right way, it can be compelling and convincing in a way that really goes with the natures, of the best natures of people, and instead of, force-fearing them into a situation, it's really welcoming them into a grand opportunity. I think that's how we need to take the approach with everybody who is deviating from this criterion echelon, this sense of continuity that we need to establish, and that sense that we need to extend that to everybody. I don't want anybody to get left behind, I don't want anybody to be put at a disadvantage. I don't want the world to be a system that doesn't work for everybody. And I don't want anybody to live anything less than a good life. And I think it's reasonable to ask everyone to commit to bringing about a world that is what could be likened to heaven on earth. And as much as it's different than the way things are now, change is good. Change is necessary, and it can be amazing, especially if it's change for the better. So we can either choose to change things for the better, or we can face the negative outcome consequences of forced change from our lack of caring or lack of trying or lack of taking on the responsibility to do what it's going to take to make sure we can get through this very difficult transition that we are in the midst of right now. You know, so it's hard for us to see that we're in this change, but we are definitely in this change right now, and it's manifesting some not so great things because of that change. You know, there's whole continents being buried underwater. There's entire massive built up, you know, industrial cities that are having to shut down because they don't have water. They're losing water, you know. There's entire populations that aren't able to grow crops to feed themselves anymore. You know, it doesn't matter how much technological advancement that we create, it will never be able to replace or replicate what Mother Earth does for us naturally. Our systems should be about innovating ways to enhance her already existing systems and bring them to benefit us instead of overuse and extraction of them without care or concern about comfortable conservation. Because there's limits, hard limits to everything. Especially if you're doing it in such a way that is working faster to extract than this natural system is able to replenish these natural resources. You know, so while there is ways to innovate some of these problems out and help to work the system to make it more you know, supportive of the natural systems, like helping to bring more fresh water into the water cycle system by creating desalination processes, that innovation is still very limited in its capacity to be deployed and for it to execute on its, you know, proper intended use, and for that to be distributed to everybody where they need it. So there's innovations that exist, and our intelligence should be used to, again, take it like the approach that this is the ark, man, and we have to be able to build it up so it can sustain us through the very many changes that are about to continuously increase over time. You know, it's the same concept as like in that biblical story, in the metaphorical sense. It was just like the change happened over time. It wasn't like the floods came all in one day magically. It was like it was over time, and because it was over time, that's how Noah was able to build this massive ship, was that he saw what was coming and he planned ahead to deal with the situation as it arose. And, you know, he saw what he was going to need because he was like, okay, this is about to be a big shift and change from the way we are doing things now. How do I plan ahead for that so we can make it through? And, you know, that's what we need to take on as our mentality now, is like our innovations have to be built and deployed and executed in the right ways, right times, the right places, and not under the pretense of we only do a thing because it makes profit. We do things because it creates the outcomes that are necessary in order for us to establish the continuity of our imperishable world peace. We are living as well-faring stewards, and in order to achieve that, we have to have, you know, all of the things it's going to take to achieve our hierarchy of needs, you know. And working together in this way, I think it's possible if we're taking it from the approach of, you know, of loving the lives that we're living. And not in a sense of like, we take what we get, don't throw a fit sort of thing about it, but loving the fact that how amazing is it that we have come to this place in this time and have been blessed with this beautiful opportunity to come together to work out this massive puzzle of how do we as a collective create a collective cultural shift of the whole of humanity to align and attune with an ever more healthy, sustainable, just, and peaceful world? And that we are the living answer to that question? And that the answer lies in our knowing for ourselves, because that's our lived experience, that us and everybody else are living the good life, and we're working to sustain that and maintain that, and to advance like what that means in the most positive direction as is possible. Like, that's a blessed time that we live in. You know, we're more socially conscious than we've ever been, you know, and the fact that more and more of us are realizing that, you know, social inclusion and proper capitalism are consistent with one another, you know, they're not in conflict with one another. The only conflict that exists between those two, you know, variables is the sense of orientation of the people within it that are involved with it, you know. When you have people who are trying to create, you know, social inclusion, fighting against those people who are trying to create, you know, a capitalism approach to things, building out stuff, there is a misunderstanding that needs to be reconciled in there, to say that it's two sides of the same coin. It's two parts of a necessary system that has to be able to work together, because without one there is no other, you know. So with that, I'm grateful for your valuable time and attention. Thank you for letting me to speak freely, and welcome as gently as possible this notion of really taking things from a smaller perspective, a very individual, very independent viewpoint, and then showing the fact that our independence and our interdependence is what is keeping us in a sense of unity with one another, and that using that is a way for us to accomplish great things together that helps us to put an end to all of these things that are working out of our collective best interests, such as conflict and war and violence and famine and genocide and, climate migration and, forcible displacement of people and, disease and destruction of environments and decimation of whole populations of people and whole societies and their cultural identities. All of these things are just absolutely terrible. And it really makes me, fear for the well-being of, people's mentalities. Going back to like the same spirit of having to reconcile the contradictions of the MAGA cohort with the incongruence of the Trump POTUS 47's regime. That same type of, disillusionment is happening to everybody across the board, in different ways. And having to wake up to the reality of things and recognizing things are changing, and then realizing we have to make changes too. It's going to be a really hard thing for people, and to know that that has to be reconciled and dealt with in a healthy way. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to make it through, you know. I think that taking the holistic approach of the entire, not just holistic like as a wholeness and completeness, which is integrity bound, but holistic in a sense of like every facet of care and concern has to be involved in preserving our human way of life. And knowing that how much we need people to care about that, care about themselves, care about each other, care about, you know, the situation we're in, care about the work that needs to be done. Like, getting people to care about that is a really difficult challenge. And I know that's part of the reason why I want to be assuming the responsibilities of great care that it would take to be a leader of the free world, because of the fact that I know that I care so deeply about outcomes. I care so deeply about making sure that the transition is as well supported as is possible. I want to make this about, you know, a positive healing experience, a rectification, a redemption, a restoration, and knowing that that's going to require a delicate approach, a very, you know, strategic and intentional approach. It's going to take it's going to be a massive undertaking. And I don't see anybody else that is willing to do what it takes to figure it out. And I'm not claiming that I have all of the answers, and I am but one person, and I know that I can't do it alone. But I know where I can't, we can. And that's the approach that I'm taking with this. And because I care enough and I want to do this with everyone else, that I think that I am the right person to do it. And I am putting that out there as a challenge for anybody else to say that they could do better. Because I would like to challenge that person to meet with me about that. Let's discuss the differences between my propositions, my offerings, my vision, you know, my plans and my strategic approach. Let's compare that to what it is that you're offering and suggesting. Because I'm not saying I have it wholly right, and I'm not saying that you have it wholly right, but I am saying that this is the best truth that I know, and I'm living out that experience and trying to bring it out into the world because I'm compelled to do so. This is my call to service. And I know that if there's other people that are called to that service too, and they have their own ideas and whatnot, that if we really do have the collective best interest of humanity at heart, that we would be able to come to a negotiating table with one another and say, well, what part of your idea and what part of my idea has best practices that will give us the best chances for success? Because that's ultimately what I care about the most, is the best chances for success of the world working for 100% of the people here in the shortest time possible, without ecological offense, through spontaneous cooperation, so that everybody's working together, that the world works for everyone without disadvantage, so nobody gets left behind and everybody lives the good life. Like, if we can do that, how we do it is very, very important. But it should be based off of best practices and the best intentions and the best attitude and direction and the best vision that we can come up with, you know, and it should be befit the times. Whatever we are called to do now, we should be doing that. But we need to have a continuity, a continuum by which we can develop on. And I believe that welfaring stewardship is a reasonable, just, fair right, integrity-bound position by which we can all come together in mutual agreements and work together on a continuum that does not just make considerations for us, for today, for now, and for our lifespans, but for generations and generations and generations to come, that they too can build on this with integrity, So I hope that that's the vision that can somehow spark a sense of interest in other people and hopefully inspire the future that is to come in a way that resonates with other people and compels them to want to be a part of this experience. Even if it's just, they may not know what they can do right now, at the very least, take it upon themselves to try to find what their soul print alignment is and to become internally consistent with that and find what resonates out in the world with that consistency within yourself, and then follow it, as I call it, the heart song, to where you can be to do the best service to the world. And if what I've said is compelling to you, I invite you in to become a member of this welfaring stewardship. Become a steward with me and start living out, the living answer to that question of, how can we achieve such a world, that is for our well-being and our welfaring, and that makes it so that, it's the type of world that we would want to live in and we would want to leave behind for our children to be able to build on and, on continuum. So with that, I'm grateful for your valuable time, attention, and consideration. Until next time, be well.